to the first-time home buyers seminar organized by Ewas Realty and Consultancy right here at the premises of Ewas Realty and Consultancy. This event promises to be informational and educative, so join us as we take you through the ceremony here. Tell us about first-time home buyers seminar.
Great. So this is the second edition of the first-time home buyer seminar. I was here last year and it was such a power-packed, informative, insightful and educative discussion because I've realized a lot of people don't have the knowledge.
Definitely.
But they might have the will, the desire, the passion to try and buy their first home or even more than the first home. So what we are doing differently today is that today we've changed the narrative to be able to get people's mindset conditioned to building generational wealth through home ownership, one house at a time. When we start from Ghana, then we can capture Africa.
Wow. Yeah. So we've spoken to a few people who are expecting when they live here, they're not thinking only of homes, even of office spaces and all that. Are those opportunities possible?
Absolutely. So it's not just buying your home, but it's getting people to be able to build a real estate portfolio, which could include residential, commercial, commercial, you have retail, you have offices, you have warehouses, so that one day, instead of waking up and going to work every morning, your property portfolio can take care of you. Because when you invest, you should be able to get returns. But the problem is that if you don't do the right investment, you also won't see returns. And that's why we have seasoned professionals here to take you through all these discussions. So we have some presentations coming up. We have 2 panel discussions. We also have a point where people can network and connect with people. We have exhibition stands. And then we also have a point where people can sign up to get some mentorship.
Wow.
All this at one event. You won't get this anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. We're expecting the best. And we know what you can do for us. So enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you for having me.
Could you please introduce yourself to my audience and tell us your expectations for the event?
My name is Ivy Prosper. I am the social media manager for Ghana Tourism Authority's Beyond the Return, as well as their formerly Year of Return campaign. Yes, so our office has endorsed this event. The First-Time Homebuyers seminar is an opportunity for people in Ghana and in the diaspora to learn more about the rules, the regulations, the systems in Ghana when it comes to buying properties, renting, buying land, what the things they need to look out for are. We have 7 pillars in our campaign. So with the Beyond the Return campaign, it is a decade of African Renaissance, and one of the pillars is Invest in Ghana. So this aligns with the Invest in Ghana pillar. So we were happy to endorse this event for that reason.
We hope your expectations are met for the event. I was Madam Hannah Atiasi, the CEO of Ewas Realty and Consultancy.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here as usual. It's good to see you.
Tell us what inspired first-time home buyers seminar.
We wanted to educate people about the home buying process so that people can stop becoming victims of real estate fraud. When you don't understand the process, you don't know what is the right way and what is the wrong way, and then people have their monies locked up and that sort of thing. So we want to stop that.
So how different is this year's edition from last year's edition?
Yeah, so this year's edition is not just about buying a home, but it's buying a home beyond a home. You're buying a home as an investment. You're looking at creating and sustaining generational wealth through home ownership, one house at a time.
Wow. And seeing the attendance so far, how does it feel? Does it meet your expectations?
It's exceeded my expectations because whenever you throw an educational seminar, people are not as excited as an entertainment activity. So to see people coming in ready and eager to learn and be empowered through home ownership is a gift.
Wow, we appreciate it of everything. So how did you hear about it?
Okay, so through Madam Hannah Atiasi, I follow her on social media, so I've seen her post a lot of Be Well's first-time home buyer seminar, and I was quite curious to find out what's going on here.
So I'm here today for getting a home for yourself or for official purposes?
I'm here to find out what's on the market and see how easy it is to acquire a home as a first-time home buyer. I'm a realtor myself, so I want to see what's available for my clients.
How is a first time home buyer seminar different from AWA for you?
This one is an ideal one for partners and also for people that have never bought in Ghana before. So this one is for anyone and everyone. Awaya was amazing for women, very empowering. This one is empowering anybody and everyone to invest in Ghana.
Okay, so what are your expectations?
Okay, I can't wait because I'm looking forward to hearing about Shark Island. Yes, and the future developments coming. I'm looking forward to finding out the process of how to safely buy.
Stay afloat in Ghana, then communities like Shark Island Resort and Residence is for you. We're located in Ada near Aqua Safari, 4 minutes on one of our pontoon rides. And one of the great things about it, I like visiting places like Aqua Safari. Even though I have a resort residence I'm building, I still spend most of my time at Aqua Safari. There's other great places there like Treasure Island. But why just visit a resort when you could own a part of a resort? And that's what we do. We sell our units to members of the diaspora prior to their arrival so that they could rent out these units. And I think you guys heard the video where Ms. Hannah was talking about the housing deficit here in Ghana. So individuals could rent out these homes via Airbnb and we manage that property. Go to the next slide, please. Well, this is intended to be some of the views from the area. And if you can't see it too clearly, maybe I'm too close so I can't see it. But we have brochures for each of you to take a copy. But this is the amazing view. Years that I think that I could come to Africa and acquire island property. So Africa wasn't even a thought for me, right? When we in the States think about vacation, we think about Miami, we think about the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, but never thought about Africa. And once I got here, I started looking around for that. Now, when I left the US, Amazon had decimated me. They had replicated my business model. And again, I never thought about being a developer. And once I got here, I started looking for properties once I realized the opportunity to provide homes for those in the diaspora looking to transition. And one of the many reasons is because of land wahala, right? People don't want to come here, buy land, lose their land. And I use the amazing team of M&O Law Consult to help me put together my paperwork, thanks to the plug from Ms. Hannah. And then I partnered with individuals like Ghana Bound and eWealth Realty to help me sell these properties, right? But I never knew that you had such beautiful, pristine property in Africa. And my goal in America was to buy one island. I came here and I ended up buying multiple islands. And now in our phase 2, thank you. Yes, that's what you're able to do here in Ghana. Why should, the billionaires have all the funds? You don't have to be a billionaire to have an island in Ghana, and that's the great thing. But we could make Ada and the rest of Ghana a $1 billion opportunity for others who are coming. So in phase 1, we have our 3-story condos and our beachfront units. And if you don't have a property in phase 1, you could get one of our units in phase 2. So next slide, please. And in phase 2, we have different homes. We have our beachfront bungalows in phase 2, but we also have townhomes that we have been able to make provided to our clients because a lot of Africans have big families, and those from the diaspora moving back don't want a 1 or 2 bedroom. We had those in our first one, so you can get units like the Kennedy, the Javon, or the Scholar that go up to a 4 bedroom, and it's very spacious. Next slide, please. And this here is our other unit, the Scholar and the Kennedy and the Javon. Now, we're here to talk about building generational wealth through real estate. One of the things that I also didn't think that I'd be able to do in Ghana, I've been able to name these models of homes after my children that are still in the United States because I want them to know that I'm always thinking about them. But with the right advice from legal professionals like M&O Law Consult, I was able to set up a trust and put all of these properties in for my children so that when I pass on, they could come here and take over the communities that we have built, and then they could carry on our legacy and build wealth through real estate. And those are the things that you need to be talking to the experts about, like M&O Law Consult, right? So I'm very proud that at age 48, I've been able to build a real estate empire with the help of my team, right? Thanks to the team at eWells and Ghana Bound, we've been able to help over 40 diasporans repatriate to Ghana, risk avoided. They don't have to worry about the land being taken because prior to them coming, we already registered and deeded the land, and we deed the land over to them. So I'm glad to be able to be a part of that. Next slide, please. In addition to water sports, you'll be able to see in our pamphlet and our brochure what the views from their units will look like, whether it's beachfront or a condo unit. Next slide, please. And in the area, besides just coming to Aqua Safari and those other resorts, in the surrounding area, there are amazing things for you to do, like visit the Inchim Chim Slave Museum and learn all about slavery and see some of the amazing artwork that they did to represent the challenges that we went through the Atlantic slave trade. Next slide. And something that I'm very excited about, I didn't know how beautiful nature was until you stand right next to it. Right from the River Volta, within a matter of minutes, you could get to the estuary where the river meets the ocean. And we have went on boat rides out there, and just to see the beautiful of Mother Nature and how, the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean is pretty rough, right? I've been to some of these other beaches, don't want to swim in it. But to get that close to it and see it is beautiful. And then to head to the Volta River and then it just calms down. Like, it's one of the most beautiful things that I can see. So you can get some breathtaking views of the estuary from that area. Next slide, please. Right? So we talked about the other attractions. One of them is the Crocodile Museum. If you're into reptiles and snakes, you can go there and participate. Me, I personally don't do that. Next slide, please. Next one. All right. I can't see this. I can't read this. But you guys can read it when you get the deck. Next slide, please. Okay. So if living in a community like this is of interest to you, you could get information over here at the Shark Island booth. We'll talk to you all about it, let you know, the value of the site and how you could do a visit. You could select a home from one of our layouts, whether it's phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. And then we could go over the different prices for you, talk about the escrow services that we offer. The goal with what Hannah and the team at eWells is doing is making purchasing real estate in Ghana as safe as possible. And the association that they've set up has created a escrow service through the various law firms that they work with so that you could pay through the escrow service. Only when developers like ourselves reach certain benchmarks will you release any tranche.
Special guest of honor for today. She's the founder and head of mission, Diaspora African Forum, DAF, and we are so happy to have her here. Please, with a resounding round of applause, let's make welcome Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Erica Bennett. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. It's a joy to have you here. And so I'd like to also acknowledge all the vendors who are making sure that we are fed and we are refreshed. Cocolicious cocktails and grills, Beyond Flour, and Krish Catering. So as the event unfolds, when it's time for us to have our breakout sessions, you can visit any of these stands for a drink and some grills. I think it's only right that if you follow the eWells Realty page, you follow the visionary behind the company's journey and its success. Please take your phones out one more time. And if you just joined us, it's a little exercise to make sure that your Instagram is busy today. So please follow at HANNAATIASE, Hannah Tiase. Please follow her on Instagram right now. And as the event unfolds, please make sure you can update your social media. Let the whole world know that you are live at the First Time Home Buyers in Ghana Seminar, the 2nd edition, right here at eWells Realty and Consultancy. And so moving on, we'll take a presentation from another real estate developer, Jobomax Homes, in the person of Anna Strait. Put your hands together. Let's make welcome Anna. Thank you.
Good morning. How is everybody? What a great presentation from Shark Island. I think next time I come to Ghana, I will be staying there. Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you to First Time Home Buyer Seminar for inviting everybody here and me as well. I think this is a great opportunity for us to all work together and increase home ownership in Ghana. All right, so I'm from Jobomax. We're an American-based company. We started in I think we can go to the next slide, actually. So we started in Guinea in 2014. We were founded by two former Peace Corps volunteers who worked in Cote d'Ivoire and a Guinea diasporan. They all got together and had this idea from their time being in West Africa and seeing unfinished houses and the struggle for finding housing, the housing deficit. And they, the CEO went to business school, and his plan was financing in West Africa and how would that work. And then 10 years later, he started this company, and he made his dream come true to help your dream come true of being a homeowner. So we have also been active in Sierra Leone since 2020. Collectively over there, we have over 100 homes finished, and at least 80% of those homes were financed homes. So we are actually giving out mortgages, and people are paying them off on time and fast. So we have been in Ghana since 2022, and we have a couple projects later on I'll dive into more. I think we can go to the next slide. So who's Jobomax? We base our whole brand on trust. We know that the journey to build a home in West Africa can be very challenging, especially for the diaspora who are sending money back. And sometimes people are not always truthful and honest. And that can be really disappointing and really challenging. And that's what we're trying to offer a better opportunity and a reliable way for you to send your money. So our contracts are based in the US, but we have customers from all over the world. Our team is all over the world. We have people in Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Denmark, Canada, US, and Guinea, working with you to buy a home and the customer service that comes with that. A part of one thing we do for trust is we send you pictures of construction on your payment portal. So all of it is very transparent, and you can call us and do a site visit at any time. But really, you don't want to have to do that. You don't want to have to spend your money on extra airplane tickets to come in and see how your construction on your house is doing. So we take care of all of that for you. And in some of our projects, the land is included as well. I think we can continue. So financing. This is one of the things I think that puts Jobomax apart from other companies. We are working with FNB, and we have been approved by them. Our model has been approved by them. So you can, their terms are 20% deposit, 80% across 20 years, and the interest rate is 13%. They do have an age limit at 60. I think that they are flexible with that, and maybe it's just a shorter term if you're over 60. But for Jobomax, we offer financing in-house to members in the diaspora, and it's a 30% down payment. The repayment period is for 10 years at 12% interest. And again, we do that application in-house. I myself would probably help you with that. And throughout your repayment, your repayment period, you can see all your payments and how it's affecting, you make a little extra, how you're saving money. And I'd love to help people with that and strategize on how you can pay your house off the quickest and the benefits of doing that. I think we can continue again. Yes, I started talking about this a little bit earlier. So we have 4 developments in Guinea, 2 of which are finished. Actually, this one's finished. It's finished now. And I just was there last week, and it's amazing once all the construction's done, to walk around and that feeling of peace and calmness. And we're building a shopping center there, so people don't have to go far from their house to get things like groceries or go to the pharmacy and things like that. In Sierra Leone, we have 2 developments, 25 units and 16 units each. And we have a lot of different models in those countries to offer different sized houses for different needs and different budgets. And on the next slide, I'll talk about what we have going on in Ghana. So we can go to the next slide. All right. So in Apollonia City, who here has heard of Apollonia City? Yeah? Okay, good. So I was just there on Tuesday. It was my first time, but wow. I mean, they have a lot of land and they have a great vision for what they're doing there. So our plots are fully serviced with electricity, water, Wi-Fi, garbage collection. Each neighborhood is going to have its own pool and clubhouse and tennis court. So their first pool and tennis court is going in next year. Something I also really love about Apollonia City is their senior management is all moving into homes there. So when you have the management of your neighborhood and the development living there, they know what needs to get done. I think it's a great customer service approach because if it's going to affect you, it's already affecting them and their families. So we have land there already. They have clean titles that they've transferred over to us. And as long as the title is in our name, we are able to offer, Jobo Max is able to offer financing. If you go through FNB, our relationship would be more like a cash deal and you would carry on your financing payments with FNB. So these homes are 3 to 4 bedrooms. I'm not sure how well you can see the pictures. This is a model that we have, it's a townhome model. It's a model that we built in Guinea and Sierra Leone already. We just redid the facade to meet your standards here because Ghana has very high standards. And we're redoing the finishes. So these are the types of finishes that you can expect to see in these models. It's a 3 and 4 bedroom options with different levels of trim and finishes to come with it, starting at $159,000. So we can go to the next slide. Lastly, I'm really excited about this project as well. We work with a company called Easy Housing. They build wood frame homes, and their goal is to, change the narrative about wood frame homes and how we can have affordable housing here in West Africa. So these models, a 1 bedroom model is starting at $14,000 US. And it can be ordered, assembled, and installed on your property in 3 months. And actually the installation takes 1 week. So they have to order the timber and make it in a warehouse and then they bring it to you. So all of that in 3 months total. So what we're offering right now is we're offering a 1 bedroom and a 3 bedroom. And we have 2 trim levels. So the beginning trim level is very basic, walls, roof, floors, but high quality. And when you work with wood frame, you can take off the walls and add wiring and piping a lot more easily than you could with traditional concrete. So for customizing it for yourself, there's a lot of options there. And then we have a higher trim level, which is how, if you take the 3 bedroom with a higher trim level, you would get to $33,000. And that has a finished bathroom, shower tiles, a kitchen, additional wiring if you have connection to a generator or another solar system. But we do include a small solar system to have lights and charging for your phones. So there's some basic lights that are included in that. It is our low-cost model, so it's not going to be the same level of trims that you get with Apollonia City. But what our goal here is to start showing it off. I mean, it's impressive, it's beautiful, it's cooler inside because it's not concrete, and we hope to offer higher-end models that are wood frame in the future, and maybe even at Apollonia City. But for now, the Easy Housing is on land that you already own. And the next slide, yes. So this is our office phone number and email. I'm sitting over just right here. I have flyers that have coupons on the bottom, so please make sure to come by later and snag a flyer or two, and hope to talk to you again soon.
Awards in their career. Some of them include top 40 CEOs in Ghana, most respected CEO in real estate, and African Woman Achiever in real estate at the African Women's Awards in Ethiopia in March this year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the one and only Madam Hannah Atiase.
Thank you so much, Eddie, and thank you, everybody, for being here today. Give yourself a round of applause. Whenever we talk about an educational seminar, we don't get as much excitement as we do about entertainment. So thank you all so much for being here today. I want to talk about the home buying process, but before I do, I want to talk about the vision behind this seminar. It goes beyond buying and selling a home. It's an educational seminar that will shift mindsets, and it will encourage people to create generational wealth through home ownership. Somebody say it with me, one house at a time. Thank you. We will begin to see a home beyond a home and begin to see a home as an investment. We will be confident about investing in real estate in Ghana. We will change the narrative concerning real estate in Ghana. There was a time when real estate agents were not considered in any award category, but I can tell you confidently that today that narrative has changed. You can see all the awards and all the categories because we are changing the narrative. We are building consumer confidence in real estate in Ghana. My passion is to see African millionaires being raised through home ownership. Andrew Carnegie in the United States said that 90% of millionaires today, this is a proven track record for the last 2 decades, started with a real estate portfolio. We want to see the statistics happen right here in Ghana and in the entire African continent. We want to change the statistics. So please join the real estate movement in Ghana, be the change, and begin to build generational wealth through home ownership, one house at a time. I strongly believe that everybody should own a piece of their homeland, Ghana. And that is why I'm so keen on educating people about the home buying process so you can identify the red flags and avoid becoming a victim of real estate. But before I get started with the home buying process, I want to acknowledge Ambassador Bennett, who is here today. And let me just say this, the Diaspora Africa Forum is the only diplomatic mission in the continent. Not only are they headquartered here in Ghana, but she oversees all the 55 countries in Africa. Give her a round of applause for reconnecting those in the diaspora to their roots, and we are partnering with them to reconnect to their roots. What better way than to do it through home ownership? So thank you, Ambassador, for being here. We appreciate you. I want to acknowledge my special guest who came in all the way from North Carolina, Portia McMillan. Thank you for being here. Awo, she's a chef. Chef Awo is here. She has an event December 15th, all the way from North Carolina. She flew in last night and she's here this morning. And Mr. Terry English, all the way from the United States. I want to thank you all for making it possible to be here today. I want to thank our partners, Ghana Bound, and all our media partners, TV Africa, our sponsors, and all our vendors. Thank you all for believing in the vision, and all of you who are here today, you definitely believe in it. Let's get started on the home buying process in Ghana. I'm very energetic, so hey, if you have questions, we're gonna take questions at the end, okay? Let's go ahead and get started. The home buying process, I'm gonna touch on identifying your budget, finding a professional real estate agent to work with, identifying red flags, financing options, doing your due diligence, and things to be aware of. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Beyond the Return is here. Ivy Prosper, thank you so much. All right, and the home buying process on the flow chart and all things real estate. Let's roll. The first thing you want to do is you want to identify your budget. You want to look at your net income and your expenses. And depending on your mortgage financier, you want to make sure that your debt to income ratio varies anywhere from 30 to 50%. And then of course, your home preferences. Why are you purchasing your property in this particular location, right? And then you want to look at amenities. Do you want to be in the outskirts of a crop? Or do you want to be in the heart of the city? Or are you in a certain location because of your children's school or hospitals or whatever it is? So when you meet with a real estate agent, we ensure that we go through this process with you. Next slide. You want to make sure, and I want to emphasize this because I have so many people coming into this office with horror stories, how their funds got locked up or they gave money to a real estate agent and they ran away with their funds, right? It's so important to recognize this. The real estate agency market in Ghana is not regulated. Let me come over here and say it. The real estate agency market in Ghana is not regulated. It's not like the Securities and Exchange market, which is regulated by SEC. You have the banking institution, which is regulated by Bank of Ghana. It is not regulated. So you can have an agent wake up today and say, hey, I feel like a new change of career. I'm a real estate agent. So you want to be very careful that you find a real estate professional to work with, like Ewell's Realty and Consultancy. That's it. We've been established since 2014, and we have gained a reputation as the most trusted real estate broker. We've won awards both here in Ghana and in the United Kingdom, and we've been nominated for an award in the United States in 2024. So we are a trusted company, and we work with both local Ghanaian residents and with those in the diaspora as well. We offer the services listed below. We help you to buy, sell, and manage your properties. We assist you with DAF, with relocation services. We provide you with first-time homebuyers consultation, and we are the only real estate company in this nation that provides escrow services with local lawyers. We'll have a lawyer come up and tell you about the escrow services. It is a system that we have put in place to help both you as the buyer and the seller protect your funds. We also provide real estate investment advisory services for new developers who want to penetrate the Ghanaian market. Why choose Ewell's Realty and Consultancy? Because we focus on customer service and customer experience. Our goal is to make sure that anybody who interacts with myself or my team will walk away saying, wow, what an experience I had with Ewell's Realty and Consultancy. I have peace of mind. I know that the funds that I invested are actually going to return with an actual investment, right? We're not going to lose those funds. We have experience both in the US and the Ghanaian market. We're a multi-award winning agency. And as I mentioned, we provide escrow services with our local lawyers. And we are a member. We've been a member for 6 years with Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers, GAREB. It is an association that makes sure that all the real estate agents have a body that they are accountable to. We go through a vetting process. We go through CID, fingerprinting, to make sure that none of our real estate agents have any criminal background. We have constant training to make sure that we have best practices and that we are providing all our clients with the best experience. And also, we have standardized commissions. We can't just charge 20% because we got to pay school fees or anything like that. We have standards we must follow. We charge a maximum of 5% and cannot go over that for properties. We are also members of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce, Ghana Investment Promotion, and we are partners with Diaspora Africa Forum, Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, and Ghana Bound as well. We do not charge site visits. We don't charge moving fees because we move from location A to location B. We believe in garnering partnerships and believe in nurturing relationships with our clients. So we are not here to make money off of moving fees or site fees. Commissions are due after the transaction has closed. The lawyer will go into detail. You make sure you get a settlement statement that outlines all the fees that are due. And finally, our business is registered. And we have an office location, which is right here where you all are today. It's very important. A lot of unprofessional real estate agents do not have their business registered, do not have office locations. So when a transaction goes south, where do you find them? Where do you find the business? This is an issue, but we are changing the narrative to make sure we are doing things the right way. These are all our partners and awards. Thank you. All right. Let's talk about how we can begin to identify red flags. If we're not empowered through education and understand the home buying process, you will end up falling as a victim of real estate fraud. Make sure that the party or the real estate agent that you are engaging with has standardized forms, tenancy agreement, sales and purchase agreements. Make sure that this is present. We vet all the developers that we work with. We do thorough background checks to ensure that the properties they're selling, they actually have title documents to the land. So make sure that all the legal documents are in place for both developers and private sellers as well. A huge red flag is when you are asked to pay cash. I can never understand how individuals will pay cash for a property. You need to have a paper trail. Make sure you're doing bank wire transfers or you have cashier's check. You need to have a point of reference and a paper trail when you are engaging in any sort of real estate transaction. Whether it's a rental or a sale, do not pay the seller in cash. Another red flag is if they don't have an office location. I can just say point blank, don't work with anyone without an office location. Make sure that their business is registered as well. Because if you need to go to court for any reason and you're not engaging a business that's registered, I doubt that you'll win that case. And let me say this, 70% of cases today that are in the courtroom are because of land transactions. 70%. Do not become case 71. And make sure, another red flag is they have no accountable body. They're not members of Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers, or they're not partners or members with any credible entity. All right, financing options. Upfront payments, again, that is bank wire transfers and cashier's checks. Do not pay cash. Some clients will say they want to pay cash, but you do not want to be involved in money laundering activities. So make sure everything is done through bank wire transfers and cashier's checks. Other financing options that are available are payment plans. Off-plan sales, I always say those are the best way to go. Come in early, get the property at a discounted rate, and have a time frame or duration. Now developers are even going up to 5-year payment plans as well. Mortgage options, yes, and yes, and yes. We do have mortgages in Ghana. Typically, the mortgage term is anywhere from 15 to 20 years. If you are a Ghanaian, you can go up to 20 years. If you are a foreigner, it's typically 15 years. Down payment varies from bank to bank, typically anywhere from 20 to 30% down payment. There is a cutoff age, unfortunately. There is a little bit of age discrimination. The cutoff age is 60. So if you are 58, you cannot get a loan. If you are 55, you can get a 5-year loan. If you are 50, you can get a 10-year loan. There is an age cutoff. So make sure that you are aware of these things as you are going to get mortgage loans. Finally, seller financing. Our developer here, Marvin Walker with Shark Island, offers seller financing, where you put 35% down and then you pay $2,000 a month for up to 15 years or the time that you pay off the loan. He also offers another option where once a building is completed, you can rent it out. 50% will go towards paying your balance, and then you receive the 50% as your rental cash flow. I mean, that's an incredible offer. And so make sure that you are engaging a real estate agent that has leverage with various developers to ensure that you receive the best payment options. Do your due diligence. I cannot emphasize this enough. Almost 100% of people I speak with who have become victims of real estate fraud is because they were trying to cut corners and they did not do their due diligence. So I want to encourage you, do your due diligence. Use an escrow company. The lawyer will go into details about that. But in a nutshell, it will validate the ownership of that particular property or that land. And make sure you do that. The escrow company will engage in further checks in 5 places. People only know the one place, which everybody knows is Lands Commission. The escrow agency will go through the other 4 places. But you want to make sure that you're doing your due diligence so that you are not inheriting people's debt on their properties. There's no litigation on their properties. There are no back taxes and that sort of thing. So please, let us make sure we are an educated people who do our due diligence whenever we are purchasing property right here in Ghana. Next slide, please. Things to be aware of. People ask this question all the time. Do we have freehold in Ghana? Unfortunately, not. As of the Land Act 2020, there is no longer freehold. It is leasehold. Leasehold, I'm sure the escrow agency will go into detail. It gives you interest in that particular property. As a Ghanaian, you can have a lease up to 99 years. As a foreigner, that lease ends at 50 years. If you are married to a Ghanaian and you are on the title documents, it is still 50 years. So that means your Ghanaian spouse would have to be the only one on the documents to get the full 99 years. Make sure that you find out about the builder's warranty. Usually when you're buying a new property, there is a 1 to 2 years builder's warranty. Find out about the builder's refund policy. It should be in the sales and purchase agreement. So if there are any structural issues, there may be a refund available to you. Homeowners Association rules and regulations. Please make sure that you are aware of this. I had a client who had like 6 pit bulls, and right in the Homeowners Association, it says no big dogs, okay? So please, he wanted to sell his house because he couldn't have his 6 pit bulls. So please make sure that you are aware of the rules and regulations and the service charges. These are monthly charges that are used to take care of communal areas. Taxes, taxes, taxes. Yes, we have taxes in Ghana as well. Next slide, please. We have capital gains taxes. That's for individuals who end up selling their property and making a profit off of it. It's a 15%. Rent income tax, if it's a residential property or premises, it's 8%. If it is non-residential, in other words, it's a vacation property or an investment property, you're looking at 15%. And the big question everybody asks is, what are the tax rates? What are the property rates depending on location? It varies anywhere from 0.5% to 3%. So if you are in airport, cantonments, those areas, you're going to be looking at about 3% of the market value of the property every year. Let's recap. The first thing you want to do on the home buying process is you want to identify your budget and your home preference. Want to find a professional real estate broker to work with. In fact, you need to have a professional team. That team should encompass the real estate broker, a lawyer, a home inspector. Do we have any home inspectors here today? Please stand up, give us a wave. We have a home inspector. We do have home inspectors in Ghana. Please make sure, it's so crucial. Thank you. You want to make sure that they inspect 4 areas: the foundation, the roofing, plumbing, and electrical, right? Because you don't want to purchase a home and 2 years later the roof caves in, right? Especially after you've invested that. So you want to have an inspector, and a valuer. You need somebody to appraise the property to make sure you are buying the property at market value. Everybody thinks their home in Ghana is worth $1 million nowadays. Get a valuer to appraise it so that you are making sure you're getting value for your money. Do we have any valuers in the house today? Woo, yes, Abba. She actually won the award for the best valuer in Ghana. Thank you for being here. All right, so make sure you have your team of 4, okay? And then you find your house, make sure you do your final home inspection, do your due diligence, and then after all that is done, then you pay a deposit and you make sure you sign your sales and purchase agreement. We'll do the handover of keys and do a transfer of deed. Now, that is phase 1, where the developer or the seller transfers the property into your name. A lot of times people get the deed of transfer, they get it cited, and that's it. No, there is a next step, a phase 2. That has to be registered at Lands Commission, and that is your responsibility. The seller and the developer's responsibility is to transfer the deed into your name. Your responsibility is to get that deed registered in your name at Lands Commission. Please, please make sure you do that, because if we run a search, it will still come back as the original owner's name if you don't get it registered at Lands Commission. But of course, the lawyer will go through all that with you. And finally, you receive your title document, and congratulations. You are now a homeowner. You are now climbing the property ladder, and you are on your way to building generational wealth through home ownership, one house at a time. Thank you very much. Please visit our YouTube page. It's all things educational and a little entertainment as well at Hannah Tiase, All Things Real Estate. I'm going to take 5 minutes of questions. If I can please have some microphones going around. I love questions, so please ask me questions. All right, please stand up.
Do you have any properties located within East Legon?
Absolutely. We have properties located East Legon, Cantonments, Airport, Osu, Labani, Ridge, East Legon Hills, and we have properties in the outskirts like Big Ada, Shark Island. Yes, we do. Thank you very much. You can visit ewellsconsult.com to see all our listings. Thank you for the question. Another question, I had a question back there, one of the vendors, I think. Please let me get 2 more questions, and then we will break for our networking and breakout sessions. The breakout sessions will be indoor and out here as well. You have the opportunity to meet developers one-on-one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. Good morning. My name is Prince, and I represent Baobab PSC. We are a real estate brokerage firm. Now, my question is to Abba, is it? Okay, so Abba, it's with respect to fees. I know the lawyer will be coming up. I would like to ask Abba what the valuers usually charge, what the lawyer's fees is supposed to be, and I know as brokers, we know what we charge. So these 2 fees are concerned to me. Thank you.
I will first ask if she's okay with being put on the spot. Is that okay for you, ma'am? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
You can stand up so we can all see you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You really put me on the spot, but I take it. So we have a GIS approved scale of fees. All valuers belong to the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. In Hannah's presentation, she was saying that you have to have a body. And likewise, as a valuation and estate surveyor, we have an umbrella body called the Ghana Institution of Surveyors. And so they have an approved scale of fees that we go by. It's actually a percentage, but to a large extent, it depends on the property in question. It depends on the amount of work that goes into the valuation. For instance, you cannot, the fees I would charge for, let's say, a 3-bedroom house in East Legon will not be the same fees I would charge for a hotel in, let's say, Ada, for that matter. So there's a scale of fees, which is usually a percentage, and between 3 to 5%. But usually, it works out to be expensive. And valuers are nice people. And so we really negotiate sometimes, we sit down with the client. It's not cast in stone, really. And so, one reason why I realized that people don't like using professionals is that they run away from fees, But to another extent, sometimes paying a small amount will save you a lot more in future. And so, contact a valuer. And usually, what I do is to request for a picture of the property, and then I'll send you an idea of the fees even before we come in to do the valuation. Thank you. Have I answered your question? Okay.
Thank you very much. Valuers are very nice people. And she said something very key. People try to cut corners, cut costs, and they avoid using professionals. It is better to pay that small upfront fee today than to pay years in court and legal fees as well. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Walker.
Break from the speaker. I just want to say that I disagree with you, Alba. It's not that they want to run away from the fees, because for a diaspora, the fees are not that much, is relative. And I just want to say, Alba has saved me a lot of money. I bought my car part, and I call her every time. Alba, I need you to come and let me know what this is going for. One land, Ms. Hannah said it, one guy tried to charge me $300,000 for this land, and had I not had Alba come out, I would have been willing to pay. But she gave me, she's the value. She's like, no, Ms. Walker, this is what this land is valued at and what it's going at. So I was able to then go and find other means of finding properties that would work for me. So let's not let the fees be a hindrance. So many people have horror stories, and a lot of us only hear the horror stories. But I'm here as a testimony of, if you consult with the right people and you do it right, you don't have to be one of those negative stories, because just as you see people doing it wrong, you look at all of the real estate that there's so many people do it right. So follow the steps of the people that do it right. So again, I didn't have a question, but I wanted to add that because I'm living proof of a diasporan who didn't know what to do, but I definitely find value in paying people to avoid costly mistakes. So the cost is not as expensive as the mistake and having to fix that mistake. So I just wanted to add that for you guys.
Great point. Thank you very much.
session of the event been for you?
Typically, this is my second time coming for their first time home buyers, and I think as always it has been really educative, and I like the fact that they have breakout session. They are really scheduled in such a way that after that you can do follow-up questions and have people to talk to, the investors that you think you are working with. They are, I think for now they are really educated, and it has given me like really good insight into the real estate world, and I think I like it. Yeah.
Wow, I'm glad. I hope you enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you very much for speaking to me.
I am excited about Mr. Walker
Okay.
and Atiasi. And one thing I learned is that the real estate brokerage industry is not regulated, which is true. So you need to deal with credible agents so you don't lose your funds, your hard-earned funds. So yeah, I'm excited. Thank you.
I'm so glad. Have you been networking? Have you met anybody?
Yes. I met Christiana. I met Hannah. I met Walker. Oh, excuse me. I mean, I'm still. Yes, she was the first person I took her, and I'm so networking.
I'm so glad.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of the
Thank
event.
you.
Thank you. Here at the first time home buyers seminar organized by EWAS Roti and Consultancy. This is the networking and break session, and we're having a chit chat with some of the participants to know what they have experienced, what they have learned, and if their expectations are being.
After step, maybe because we are do construction under yours, maybe would put me second is good.
So are you networking? Have you met some organizations that you can partner with or work with?
Yes, of course. We have some plan with boss.
Wow. So will you come on board next time? Would you say this is a great event that you come on board next time?
I think we'll come. Yeah, and I also will introduce some chance, maybe build some luxury.
So how would you describe the first session of the event?
It's been very educative. We do basically renovations and then home repairs, maintenance, and all that. But today we are getting the other side of, the business. So before we go in to do the renovations, the repairs, and all that, now we are knowing how the people are able to acquire their lands, get their homes, buy their homes and all that before we go in, and then what is involved in even buying the homes. So it's been good. It's a good one.
That is great to hear. So as an exhibitor, would you say that you come on board next year for this event?
Oh, of course. We've seen, quite a number of vendors here, and then I'm sure the next one will be definitely going to have more people come in, and so definitely we would have to come in and then, speak to more people, get to know more about the industry, and then what we can also bring along.
So would you say you've seen certain vendors or organizations that you'd like to partner with or work with?
We are still going through that. So hopefully we'll have one or two people to partner with and see how it goes.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us. You described the first session of the event.
So informative and quality information.
Yeah.
So they're very generous with it. So some things you think, wow, usually I'd pay consultancy fee for this information, but they're just telling us how to do it. So it's been great. Yeah.
I'm glad you are having this experience. I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you so much.
How has the first session been for you?
Oh man, awesome. It's been awesome. Great speakers from Shark Island, E-Wells, and then there's a developer, I can't remember, but great, totally great. Yes, it was amazing.
Okay, and we know the second session will definitely hear from
Absolutely. So you want to know what to expect, right?
Yes.
So I'm essentially going to delve into how to avoid land litigation.
And today, are we going to be hearing about escrow services?
Absolutely, that's the whole point. The way you avoid it is by doing the right thing.
Okay.
And the escrow has been incorporated in the land transaction in order to ensure that people do it right. So we have the brokers in there, we have the valuers in there, we have the building inspectors in there. Of course, the lawyer is in there. So clearly, you are using all the professionals.
We can't wait.
Yes,
we can't wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
How has the first session been for you?
Okay, hi everyone. So the first session has been very insightful. I mean, I'm not in the real estate industry, but I have managed to learn a lot from what Ms. Hannah said earlier. So yeah, it's been very insightful.
And how does Pay Angel come into the business of real estate?
So Pay Angel is a remittance and payment company. What we do is we help businesses in Ghana to be able to receive payments from their customers and anyone abroad. So in the real estate space, we understand that the real estate companies would have customers abroad and would like to make payments for the homes they purchase or rent or other service fees. Some of them may struggle when it comes to making those payments. So Pay Angel has come in to say that we are going to help you receive those payments. So we have an app that is live in UK, Canada, Australia, and Europe. And what people can do is you can download that app and be able to send money to all the real estate companies in Ghana, provided you have their bank accounts details and then their name and their account number. Yes, that's the only thing you need.
That is so cool. So that is a business in a business. We wish you the best and we hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Very informative. I think as people who are in the real estate environment, there's always so much to learn. Especially Ghana is very challenging, so it's always good to hear, especially people who have the experience, who've been through it, the do's and the don'ts of the real estate environment. And so yeah, I think it was very informative. I was taking a lot of notes as well, so I'm taking it back to learn and then apply. Yeah.
Have you seen vendors or organizations who have expected that you're interested in maybe partnering with or working with?
Yeah, often we don't see some of these developments that are coming up. So it's good to see them here and then know a little bit more, because there's so much a flyer can tell you or an ad can tell you, but then when you're talking to the actual people involved, then you can ask them all the questions that bring out the secrets that are not on a flyer or advertised. So it's been good. So we met a few that have been very good to talk to.
So thank you very much. You being the first speaker and all the other speakers, how would you describe the first session of this event?
Oh, I think the first session was amazing. As a diaspora who was coming here trying to buy real estate myself, there was so much I didn't know. That's why I see value in paying for the right representation, whether it be legal or broker, right? And so I think giving the information to more people who are looking to come here so that they don't have a negative experience, I think this is amazing. And that's why I was happy to partner with eWells Realty and Consult. I mean, they help us not only get most of our clients, but make sure that I connected with the right professionals to safeguard my investment. So I think if people want to have success, they need to be attending, these events. And definitely if they're not here this year, they need to be at the first time home buyers next year as well.
Okay, well, as a partner and a speaker, what would you say is your favorite session of the event?
My favorite session is the networking. I like meeting new people because your net worth is tied to your network. So the networking, being able to meet different people from different backgrounds, different businesses, so that you can collaborate, that's my best part, coming to meeting people.
Sure. Thank you very much for speaking to us. How was the networking session for you too?
Oh, this has been amazing. I've actually ran into someone who lives from Charlotte, North Carolina. Like I didn't even expect. So it's been amazing. The connections, I hope they are lifelong.
Yes, I hope so too.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of the event. How has the first session of the event been for you?
So far, it's been educative and informative because this seminar has to do with first-timers, home buyers. And the first session so far has been great because there are certain details and certain information, certain understanding that as a first-time home buyer, you must have. And I think we just had it excellently.
What would you say was your favorite during the first session?
Well, I would say the legal aspect of it.
Okay.
When you buy property has a legal background, and if you understand the legal aspect of it, then you are sure that the property that you are buying is genuine. Yeah. So the legal aspect, most of the buyers don't have that legal understanding of what the property is about. They just assume that, okay, I'm buying a property, but there are a lot of things that goes into it.
All right, thank you for talking to us. So endorse us, keep watching PE Live TV.
Hello.
How would you describe the first session of this event?
Okay, the first session has really been well. I like the exposition from Shakana and eWells herself. Yeah, so it's been really informative and educative.
Tell us what you have on your table.
Okay, so I have with me the best so far of magazines. Yeah, so I have with me the African Property Magazine, and we are educating the people in the diaspora and also the people in Africa concerning real estate, news concerning real estate in Africa and in the diaspora also. And this with our magazine also, we are both online and we have the hard copy. We have a wide range of subscribers, and also our circulation is all over Africa and also in the diaspora. We deal with the embassies also both in Ghana and also in the diaspora. Yeah.
Wow, that is so cool. So how would you describe the networking sessions to have people be coming to your table?
Okay, so far so good because my product is attractive and advertising in my magazine, I'm giving them discount. So I have a couple of people coming also. It's the first time some people are also seeing it, so I'm introducing them to it. Yes.
Wow. We hope to see you here next year for the first time home buyers summit.
Yes.
Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
show you how to avoid land litigation in Ghana, and it's pretty simple. It's just that you have to comply with the rules, because once you find yourself complying with the rules, it will be pretty difficult for somebody to set your transaction aside. So I'll be showing you how to secure your interest in land and how to protect your land and prevent others from taking away your land. Next slide. Now there are 3 stages of a transaction. There's a pre-closing, closing, and post-closing phase. The pre-closing phase is where you are required to do your due diligence. Now, it's very important to do your due diligence because in Ghana, if you find yourself in trouble or you end up in the courts, the highest defense you can have is what we call equities darling. So equities darling is when the court has determined that you have acted in good faith. So you can only say you acted in good faith if you did your due diligence. In jurisdictions like the United States of America, perhaps they do have their own good faith principle. But in addition to that, they have what we call title insurance. And title insurance essentially looks to the past to see whether, so in the event that you lose your property because maybe the past transactions were not done properly, you get compensated because of the title insurance you have taken. In Ghana, we don't have that. So that's why it's important that you take this due diligence thing very serious. Next slide. So the requirements by law is that before you buy land in Ghana, do a search and lands commission. It's a requirement by law. If you don't do this search, it means you're not acting in good faith. However, we require that you do extra searches. These searches are a search at the high courts to find out whether there's litigation on the land. You also do a search at the office of the administrator of school lands to find out whether there's ground rent owed and whether the ground rent has been paid. And let me tell you a secret. It's not a secret, it's law, but I mean, you may not know. The Constitution provides that when it comes to school land or school land revenue, that money ought to be paid to the office of the administrator of school lands. So what you are giving to the chiefs, you should not be giving it to them. You should be making sure that, first of all, you satisfy the office of the administrator of school lands. What you are giving to the chiefs, you can call it a token, but you cannot be calling it a purchase price, because the money that is given to the office of the administrator of school lands is supposed to be distributed in a certain proportion, where some goes to the chiefs, some goes to the district assembly, some goes to the office, etc. So if I go and do a search at the office of the administrator of school lands and I find that you have not paid any money to them, then know that your transaction can be set aside, because it means that you have not paid for the land, although you are giving the money to the chiefs, because that's the requirement by law. So ground rent search is very important. You also need to find out whether property rates have been paid, utility bills have been paid, because all of these constitute liens. So a lien is when somebody has a right to your property because you owe them money. And so you can do a transaction with somebody, transfer the property to the person, and then later on you find out that a regulator is coming to sell the property. But you paid for it, you paid good consideration for the land, because you didn't do your due diligence, you didn't know about these, but these things existed. Then, apart from this search, there's another important search called the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, but that is at the top. And I recommend that everybody who wants to buy land should do this search even first, before you even go to the Lands Commission. It's just that it takes a while, and sometimes the officers there, let me just be blunt, some of the officers there, especially those outside Accra, they don't even know that such a search exists. You have to try and explain it to them several times before they get it. So this search essentially is called a zoning search. It shows whether the land has been zoned for farming, for commercial, for residential, for industrial, etc. And let me tell you why this is important, because perhaps you may not know. Under the New Land Act, it's called the Land Act 2020, so I don't want to call it new. It's 3 years old. It's a toddler. Now, under this act, there are categories of persons, and it shows how many years you can have a land and whether you can have a renewal.
Now the persons have been categorized into three. We have the indigene, that's the person who comes from the community. We have the citizen, that's the person who is the citizen of Ghana like me. And then we have the foreigner. Now when it comes to the indigene, if you give a grant of land to an indigene for 50 years, and the land is residential, it can be automatically renewed. If it is commercial, it can be automatically renewed, even if it is not expressly stated in the agreement. If you give it to a Ghanaian and it is residential, the renewal is automatic if it is residential. If it is commercial, it is not automatic. These are some of the technical things. If it is a foreigner, whether residential, commercial, etc., it is not automatic. It has to be express. So you need to know about the zoning first before you even do the transaction. If you buy land for residential purposes, and that land is meant for commercial, it's in a commercial area, or it's meant for commercial purposes, it means that land is void. So you can go on and on and on and get your land certificates, and then you go to court, and the court will declare the transaction void. Because the law, you cannot build something on nothing. The thing is void, so how can you put something on it? Void means it's empty. Next slide. So persons who are authorized to sell land in Ghana, this is very important because under the Land Act, there are certain categories of persons that when you transact with, you cannot get more than 50 years. School, family, clan. Individuals are not included. So if you deal with an individual who has an allodial title, you can get more than 50. But school, family, clans, you cannot get more than 50 years. And in fact, depending on the size of the land, if the land is 4 acres or more, and you are transacting with a family or a clan, you ought to get the consent of Lands Commission before you can do that transaction. Corporate entities, you can also do this, transact with corporate entities. Now, when it comes to the school, if you are not dealing with the regent or the chief and the principal elders of the school, your transaction is void. Forget it, you wasted your time. So, in spite of the section that I have mentioned earlier on, if you bring me a transaction and the land is school land, I will go and do a search at the National House of Chiefs, which is in Kumasi. I've gone there several times. And to find out whether the chief is gazetted, because the chief who is not gazetted has no business selling land because they are not recognized. So, I mean, with family states, corporate entities, they have resolutions, they have regulations or a constitution. If they don't follow their constitution, the transaction can be declared null and void also. So these are very technical things. Next slide. And that is why I keep telling my clients that when you are doing land transactions in Ghana and you do not use a professional, the chances of you doing the correct thing is zero. Zero. It's not possible. And as you go along, you understand. Preparation of legal document. This is the closing stage. So the law says that a legal document must be in writing. So doesn't mean you can just take a pen and write or type it and then you say it's in writing. No. The writing has been stipulated by the courts that the transaction, the names of the parties must be there. The addresses must be there. The recitals must be there, which is the background, the history of the transaction that have happened on the land. You have to put it in there. The purchase price should be stated. The land must be properly described. And there must be a site plan which has been approved by the Director of Survey, and it must have a barcode at the back. If you don't meet these requirements, then your transaction is not in writing, in accordance with law. Then the law also says that the drafting of the legal documents, and the legal document is any document that affects land, including a letter, a communication that affects land, is a legal document. And it says that a lawyer must draft this document. So yes, the lawyer can draft it, but the lawyer must also endorse the document with his name and address. And the lawyer must be in good standing. So you can have a lawyer who will draft the documents, not endorse it, void. A lawyer endorses it has been suspended, void. So these are very technical things. Execution. Execution is also very important. So the law says that a document is not enforceable against the vendor if the vendor has not signed it. So you go and sign the document and think that you are done, and don't give it to the vendor to sign. If you go to court, the vendor's lawyer will say that he's not bound because it has not been signed. A document is not enforceable against the purchaser if the purchaser has not signed it. The same thing applies. And in our law, if it comes to school land, family land, clan lands, the execution must be done in a particular way. So the Land Act is saying that when it comes to families, all the principal members must sign. So the family head and all the principal members. That's what the law says. So if you don't comply, then you are in trouble. Post closing. So this is after the signing of the documents, then we have to stamp it. 2 months after signing the documents, it ought to be stamped. And then the law is saying 3 months after executing the documents, it has to be registered. So every land in Ghana has to be registered. You have no business selling land if you haven't registered it. That is the honest truth. Now, that doesn't mean that if the land is not registered, it cannot be sold. But if it has been registered, it has not been registered and it is being sold, there are certain rules that you ought to use in order to make it unimpeachable or very difficult to challenge. Next slide. So there are 2 systems of registration in Ghana. The land title registration system, which is in Accra, Tema, Kumasi, and the Wutusenya, somewhere in Winneba. And then all the other places in Ghana are these registration systems. And the rules that apply to these systems differ. Next slide. We are coming to the end, don't worry. Overriding interest. This is a very interesting area. These people who have this interest, their interest is even higher than a person with a land title certificate. They are the ones with the highest interest in law. So if you go to a land and you find that a person is in possession of the land, and you think that because you have a land title certificate, you can oust them, please think twice. Overriding interest. These are leases for terms less than 2 years. So you buy a property, you find out the person has tenants in the property. Their tenancy is less than 2 years. They have an overriding interest. You cannot just move them, evict them from the property. If you go to court and I use this rule, the court will uphold their interest. Rights of persons in actual occupation, that's what I was just talking about. Adverse possessors in law. These are people who have been in possession of the property for 12 years or more. And you sat back and looked at them, people on the property, entertained themselves and their families on the property, made noise, and then you didn't say anything. 12 years later, you want your property back. The law will not allow you. So these are people who are already interested. So you will not see their names at the Lands Commission. If you do a million searches, you will never find them. You actually have to go onto the land to discover these interests. The other one I just mentioned, property and utility rates. They also have a wider interest. That is why when you register your land and you buy it and register it, you can come and sell it because they have a wider interest. Next slide. So the key takeaways are: you conduct a thorough due diligence on the land, buy from authorized persons, and register the land. Now, the next one we'll be talking about the escrow. Now, with regards to the escrow, essentially, this is just to ensure that we sanitize the system. Because, like I said, land transactions are more historical. It's not based on what you are doing today. It's based on everything that has happened before today, even before you were born. So, it's imperative that you use professionals so that you can get it right. And sometimes, the law has to even go back to correct the errors of the past before coming to the present. If the transaction was done in the 1960s, I have to go and check to see whether they comply with the 1969 Constitution. Because that is the law that was applicable then. I'm not looking at 1992 Constitution. That is why we introduce the escrow. Please, next slide. You see the escrow. Yeah, so essentially the escrow is to ensure that every transaction goes through a lawyer. And not only a lawyer, but it goes through all the professionals in the chain. So we have surveyors, we have brokers, we have valuers, we have inspectors, we have everybody in there. So the escrow account will essentially hold the funds to pay the broker, the inspector, the surveyor, the valuer, etc. If the transaction does not happen, the purchaser will be sent back their money. They are not going to keep the money for any reason. Well, if any expenses have been incurred, it will be deducted. Otherwise, you get everything back. So the lawyers, the data is collected by the broker. So if it's e-Wells will collect the data and pass on the data to us. And then we will take it on from there. Then we take the baton and then we start running to the end. So we first of all engage the surveyor to go to the site, to do a site plan. Because the way I have experienced land transactions in Ghana, I don't trust anybody. I have my 2-3 surveyors. I will ask them to go to the land. Even on Saturday, I went to the land with a surveyor. I stood there in the bush. I was bitten terribly by some insects. I regretted it, but at least I was satisfied that I saw what the surveyor was doing. I get the surveyor to pick the coordinates of the land that the vendor is claiming to sell. And then we'll go and do a search on that particular piece of land. I don't want a site plan from the vendor. I want to do my own site plan. And on that site plan, you have the purchaser's name. And the reason why I prepare it this way is because if I do a search, the search will come out in the purchaser's name. So if I go to court and I tell the court, oh, my lady, I did due diligence on the land. You can see the purchaser's name is on the search and the site plan is in his name. Oh, yes. Rather than saying, I did due diligence, but whose name is this? Oh, it is the vendor. And you say, oh, you just relied on the vendors. Because mind you, as I'm arguing, the other lawyer is also arguing. So this is how I prefer that it's done. And then after the survey has been done and we are satisfied with the search report, we do the other searches that I've mentioned. Then we draft the documents. So we first start with the sale and purchase agreements. Now, mind you, there is no transaction in Ghana which is perfect. So after doing all these searches, you are bound to find one or two things. So in the sale and purchase agreements, you create conditions precedents. These conditions precedents are things that ought to be done before the transfer is effective. And once these conditions precedents are not met, full payments will not be made. And the transfer will not be effective. Even sometimes, if we make it a condition that we use some of the money to pay the ground rent and the utility bills and all the other bills to go before we give you the balance. That is if you don't pay. All these things are in the sale and purchase agreement, or what we call the contract for a lease. Then, when the conditions have been met, we are satisfied, we move on to do the deed of transfer, which can be a lease, a deed of assignment, vesting assent, etc. Then, we stamp and register these documents. The stamp duty is 1% of the purchase price. I understand it is going to be increased to 1.5. And then, we register the documents. So if you are in the land registration district, you get a land certificate. If you are in the deeds registration district, you get a registered deed. Next slide. So this is what the settlement statement looks like. At any point in time, you'll be sent a settlement statement, or even upon request, you'll be sent a settlement statement, and it will state the gross amount that we have received. If there are any adjustments, so the adjustments are the payments we are making in the event that we fail to pay the ground rent and utility bills, etc. We will make those payments and make those adjustments in the settlement statement. And then at the end of the day, we give you the balance, and so essentially it's just an update or statement of accounts. Next slide. And then we also have here, it's not a secret, our agreement with e-Wells, based on the purchase price. We have a fixed fee. So lawyers, we can charge hourly, we can charge contingency, but we have given you a fixed fee, and this includes everything, because we want to encourage a lot of people to take advantage of this, this escrow service. So we have come to an arrangement where we are offering the legal and the escrow fees for this amount of money. It's not a secret, it's there. So the next slide, if there's anything. So thank you very much. Thank you. Do you have any questions, please? Two questions. I've been directed to answer only two. Please, my lady.
Thank you. So my question is, how do I know that this lawyer is a good serving or not?
That's a very good question, but it's not a secret. Just go online and Google the lawyer's name and see what pops up. There's a portal. It's called the GBA portal. It has the names of all lawyers in good standing. Or you can just go on Google and Google lawyers in good standing. The whole list will pop up. In fact, every year the Daily Graphic publishes the names of lawyers in good standing. But just Google it. In fact, take my name and then go and Google it right now and see whether I'm in good standing or if I'm not, I have to correct it. Next question, please.
One more question. Let us see your hand up. You introduce yourself and then you can ask your question. One more question. I thought because it was low, we'll have about 10 questions. But you don't have any aunties and uncles who are in court right now. One more question? All right.
Yes, what I want to know is whether the fees that you display are monthly or it's a one-off fee.
It's a one-off flat fee. So we're not even coming for transportation costs or anything. It's one-off.
Through challenges, acquiring lands, designing, building, selling of properties. And so first time home buyers seminar is wonderful, and I think I'll be part of this program every year. So let's cut to the chase. So my name is Derek Oponsapon. I'm CEO of Modular Development Limited. Now, I think it's subject to what you see. Some people see me and go like, hey, this guy is very young. And some people say, I think you're up to 50. Do you think I'm up to 50? Yeah, you can't find a degree anywhere. Anyway, so the aim of putting together this company was to make sure that we mitigate the number of youth who are out there unemployed and they have an idea of construction and building construction and its technology. People have a first-hand information or idea of construction because they've lived with fathers who are contractors and all, but they don't know how to make it practical or, shaping it into a professional setting. And so I encourage them to go to school, study, pass your exams with your requisite or your respective organization you want to belong to, either an engineer, surveyor, whatever respective organization or institution you want to belong to. Then I enroll you as an architect, engineer, surveyor, or whatever. And so that's what Modular Development, that was the inception of the company. It was founded on putting together young talents. Mostly, what we wanted to even do is that we learn under the leadership of the experienced ones. And so for years, I tried as much as possible to learn under the leadership of a lot of astute architecture and construction firms. So that when I'm coming out there, I'm not coming out unexperienced, because experience, they say, is the best teacher. And so that's the reason why Modulo was founded. Now let's move into the whole presentation. Now let me break it up to speed on something. Hospitals are put together, right? And you have doctors in them. People always forget the key roles of architects, designers, and contractors in the building industry, in the real estate industry as well. And it becomes a challenge. And now, one would say that, why do we need an architect? I've seen people build two-bedroom house right by my house. I know how it's done. I saw the man coming to use a white mark to mark the ground and do all that. But they forget they didn't check the water table of the area. So after 5 years, the building became damp. They didn't understand. The next time you see there are vertical cracks. Now in engineering, when you see vertical cracks, it means that there's a structural problem. And when there's a structural problem, you have something to deal with. When you see horizontal cracks, it means it's a mortar problem. Do you understand? It's a plastering problem. Are you learning something? So when you see anywhere, when you go by a building, you see a vertical problem, you should go there and ask them, please, who built this? You need to do something about this because there's something wrong. The reason why I'm saying this is because people think that, our brother M&O mentioned that he displayed his flat fee. I'm sure a lot of people are like, Charlie, no, I'll just go to the landowner, buy my property, buy my land, and I'm done. I won't go to E-Wells. I don't need them to get me the property. I'll go to the landowner, buy it, Charlie, give me funds, I'll fill it. You forget that if you want to do a heart surgery, we won't go by a quack. We won't go to a quack doctor to take out whatever we need to take out. We go to a doctor and we'll pay any amount to save our lives. But we forget that buying a home could probably be the only investment large-scale investment you ever make in your life. It could be one of the biggest investments you ever make. Because currently, when you look at prices of properties in Accra, come on, when we start the panel discussion on affordable housing, we'll touch on certain things that you know how difficult it is to acquire a property. So the difficulty in acquiring it should teach you why you should put in an effort to use professionals to do this. I don't know why my presentation is not being displayed. Yeah, but I'll continue. You need to understand the nitty-gritties. You understand the things you need to know when it comes to building. Now, I'll just highlight certain things. Before our brother has taken us through land acquisition and all that. Before you are able to put up a building, you need to know that these contractors, this architect I'm engaging, is a professional. You only know he's a professional when he starts with a brief. He will ask you, what do you want in your building? Let's sit down. Come to my office. Not let's meet at the mall. Or let me come to your house. It's unprofessional. That's one thing you should know. Madam Hannah mentioned the location. Knowing where the person is one of the key things you ever know, because the next time your building is collapsing, you want to find the person and you wouldn't know where the person is. Do you understand? So it's very important. If you want to buy or build, please contact a professional, an architect, an engineer. You can call me. My charges are flexible. I'll handle you very well. I was talking to a couple of youth by my stand. It's just at the back there. When we are going out for our breaks, you can go there. We can have more discussion. But I was talking to them and I was telling them that our charges probably might seem exorbitant. Probably the $5,000 you saw might seem exorbitant, but the amount you incur later for not having to engage a professional would be larger. Imagine, I was going to construct for a client who was having second thoughts about the structural integrity of her foundation, right? Now, I sent my engineers to site and I told them to do a structural assessment test. They did a test and it came out that we have to, tear out the whole foundation and put up a new one. And I don't compromise. I'll tell you, if you have to take time for you to raise your funds and let us continue, we do that. We went back, did all we had to do, and came back and realized that we had to eventually tear it out. We took it out, and the base of the foundation, there was no mat, and it was going 3 levels high. There was no mat. So I came back. You know what I did? When the guy was taking out the foundation, I told him to stop, relax. I need evidence. Or sharp dealers will come for it the next day. So I took pictures of what I saw and I sent to the client. The client didn't understand. What have you sent me? And I did a design and I attached to the message that this is how it's supposed to be, and this is what your previous, and you know who built for her? Her ex. He claims he's a contractor, and out of love, she lives in the US and gave the project to him to build, not knowing he was putting together an opportunity to travel to the UK. When she came, he had gone. You see, and it was a recommendation. Somebody recommended the guy to him, and they started, a relationship, and that was it. You see, even if it's going to be a recommendation, let it be a professional being recommended to you. It's not bad that a family member is an architect and you want to use them. But if it's going to be a recommendation, let it be a professional. That's the most important thing. I remember Embassy Court. Who knows Embassy Court? It's on the stretch of GIS. It confronts GIS. And we designed that property. And it won International Property Award. Not from here. An African Property Awards, right? Now, you know what? Before you are able to win such award, they have individuals who will come down and check your property and see how wonderfully, structurally, aesthetically pleasing it is. When they came down, they questioned who did it. So I was at a point I was scared, because I thought they were going to, they found something wrong. Because these people, they will scrutinize you to the barest minimum or the highest maximum, however possible. They came in here like they are impressed, because they felt, Ghanaians, we like bringing white people to come and do developments, especially in cantonments. So they felt it was a white person who did it. And I told them that no, locals can also man up professionally to execute projects with the utmost professionalism. Not seeking for eating now, but seeking for eating in a longevity. Because trust me, if we do not uphold our professionalism well, we lose our value even as Africans. It starts from how you display in your exhibition or execution of projects. Because they know us as unscrupulous people, and that we will never do the right thing. So the moment they see somebody doing right, it's a marvel. And he's young. How is he doing it? Because at my age, I'm supposed to only seek for money and do, a loan to get something. I don't know if you get my point. But to actually go the professional route and do it the right way, to even get the little and to be recognized, is one of the most important things you should know. That's why it's important. Either my emphasis is just being on young. It's not just young. Either old or young. Let your mindset be, I am going to build. Let me start with an architect. Sit down with him. Sit in the office where he's located. Sit with him. Design, take a brief from me. Design with him. My choice, my colors. And one thing we are lagging behind in Ghana is our finishes. My brother and Yaka, we were having a conversation the last time. I'm sweating too much. Can I get a tissue? My brother and Yaka, the last time we were discussing this. That Ghana, one of our problems that real estate developers are encountering is our finishes. You see, and yesterday I was watching a video. There's an architect in Burkina Faso. Apparently, she's coming up with a very smart way of affordably building. And you know what she uses? She uses a map. They call it the Banco or Blanco, one of them in Burkina Faso. And it has gone as far as being recognized by UN Habitat. I believe it's the highest form of, institution that overlooks houses and all, because we use their standards to determine price to income ratio, especially on the measure of affordability. And she's doing so well. She's using critical architectural means to mitigate costs. So I looked at it and I'm like, okay, what have I also done? You know what I do to mitigate costs? In Ghana, there are two commodities that increase cost of construction. Who can tell me? Two commodities. Two basic commodities. Cement and iron. Please just start with that. cement and iron rods. When these two go up, trust me, your transportation from East Legon here to A and C will triple. Then from E-Wells to A and C, it will triple because of these two. And its determining factor for increment is the dollar. So me, I don't go political. I've done that on the TV shows with my brother. I don't go political. The most important thing here is, what are we going to do to curb construction costs being incurred on us so much that eventually it affects the average citizen or average Ghanaian? What are we going to do? So a friend of mine who is an engineer, an architect as well from the US, he was building, and you know what he was doing? You know, a building structural integrity, right? The load, the lateral load, vertical load, all loads applied to a building that is going down, being accumulated by the earth. It's being held by the foundation, which is a composition of concrete and reinforcement. Am I lying? I'm lying. Yeah, I saw something say yes. You know. So those are the composition that holds the building. Now, if these two commodities are the most important factors in these compositions, what do? It means that we have to reduce the amount of load we apply on the building, right? So what load is applied from the top? Largely block work. So instead of using block work, do you know what I also did? I used plasterboard, and I also supply plasterboard. So I gave it to my clients on discount. I reduced the amount of reinforcement I did in my foundation, and reduced the amount of concrete work to be done. Cost of construction reduced. Do you know what is called value engineering? Value engineering. Value engineering. And so it's very, very important that we engage professionals because we know what we do. We know the forces. We calculate them. We studied 5-6 years, mastered, doctored, PhD. You know, we know what we are doing. We have skilled people who do what they do. And so it's important. It's very important. I don't know why my presentation wasn't this way, but the most important thing for me is I'm done. I'm basically done. But all I wanted to share wasn't what I've done. You can just run through for them to see what we've done. Some of the properties that we've done, real estate development partners and all. But my importance is not here. This is for other people. My importance is contract professionals to design and build. The chain is in 3. We have architects and contractors. We have developers and we have marketers. Go to the architect and contractor to design and build. That's what I do. Go to the developer to what? To purchase your property from. And through whom you are going to purchase from, go to E-Walls and let them do it for you because they are professionals. That is the chain. Go through this chain, it might probably be financially draining. But trust me, you don't want to be part of the 71%. It's 70 plus 1%. Come on. Let's do the right thing. Because if you have a problem, you go to a professional doctor, not a quack one. So come to a professional architect, come to a professional realtor, come to a professional developer, and it goes a long way in benefiting you and me. Thank you very much. My name is Eric Obonsa.
Represented by Dinah Ochiribia and Mr. Young, who is their lead contractor. Put your hands together for them. Oh, please let the applause singer. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for your attention. My name is Dinah Ochiribia. I'll be speaking to you about Temple Mount. So my presentation starts with a story of a young man who visited his friend's village for a weekend getaway. When it was time for them to return back to the city, he was kind of confused. He didn't want to return to the city because of the kind of serenity they were welcomed with when they went to the village. So he stayed back in the village for a week and started missing all the things he had access to when he was in the city, like the malls, like the vibrant life and nightlife he had access to here in Accra. So after a week he had to return. But he wished that he would return with that serene environment he met in the village. Now, the dream of this young man is the dream of most home seekers here in Ghana, to still be in the vibrant city of Accra where other businesses go on, but still have that peaceful, serene environment that we used to have when we used to live in villages. And that is what Temple Mount presents to you. So we say that we are people that want to give you the opportunity to redefine what it means to have that heavenly living. Next slide, please. So at Temple Mount, we give you that opportunity to discover a peaceful serenity that feels like you're far removed from the chaos, yet you have access to everything that you need. And a visit to Temple Mount also gives you the opportunity to view the carefully positioned plot of land that gives the place a beautiful landscape. Next slide, please. So when we say that, it feels like you are removed from the chaos, yet you have everything you need. It is because the location of these properties and development is such that it is just like 20 minutes drive to Osu if you like that nightlife there, or on weekends or holidays that you want that peaceful time to spend. It is just like 15 minutes drive to Ebri. Also, Temple Mount's development is surrounded by some of the top institutions here in Ghana, like Ashesi University, UPSA, University of Ghana, Legon Presec, and many others. Next slide, please. So, Temple Mount is not only about the location too. It is that seclusion that makes you feel like you are on a private retreat because it is a quiet place. Next slide. And it also has most of the amenities that apartments and communities here in Accra can boast of, like a recreational center, a garden, restaurant, shopping center, and world-class security service. Next slide, please. So what makes Temple Mount truly special is not only about the location, it is about the visual that meets your eyes when you're there. So in the evenings especially, when you are at the summit of the property, you see the entire city of Accra and Tema, and it is a beautiful city, especially when the lights are out. Next slide. So what we want to say is Temple Mount is a hidden gem waiting for you to discover it and have that place that you can call home, that gives you peace and is also close to all the things that you need. We have a booth around and you can visit us, and our salespeople will readily receive you. So our lead contractor, Mr. Yang, will give us some of the things that we offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mr. Yang. On behalf of CRCG, we are the general contractor of the Temple Mount. And my company, the quarter is one of the Fortune 500 company and one of the most 100 influential brands. And we are incorporated Ghana in 2012. Under this project, we not only specialize in some group works, but also building some access road, some lights, and some fibers optics, and so on. We also successfully wish to cooperate with yours, build some significant and classic projects. And
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pani Natimi, marketing manager for Green Home Realty. First of all, I'd just like us to look at a short video, a clip. Are you having a challenge?
sound, please.
Hello. That's our boss. What's for the extra charges? Didn't I send you money last week to complete the initial process? Boss. The thing is that in Ghana here, we do things differently. All this stuff, you don't need. Just listen to the finance. You have to pay a deposit to AM. Then last for missing, so that everything will be fine. You see, I went there the last time and I met the commissioner himself. So everything of the document is intact. What? Don't need to worry about anything. You see, I am coming to fast track everything so that you feel at home when you're in Ghana. So just push me that money. Then everything will be fine. You come and just thank you. Everything is what I'm talking about. Thank you. You see? So just push that. Whoa. Living abroad and having a hard time with real estate agents in abroad? Forget the hassle. Let Rehome Africa help you complete a stress-free transaction. Just visit rehomeafrica.com or talk to us at 233-20-0022-057 for more details.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know some of us are familiar with what we've just seen. This is the practical experience of many first-time home buyers, especially those living abroad. They would have met someone in Ghana whilst they were on a visit, and then when they got back, started communication. The person starts telling them stories about the transaction that they want to engage the person in. It's very disheartening. Sometimes you have to verify the identity of the person you are dealing with, and it's not easy to do that. As a first-time home buyer, especially living abroad, it becomes a challenge. How do you verify somebody's identity? It is not easy. How do you verify the documents that the person is sharing with you while you're there? The documents of the home that you want to buy, the home that you want to invest in, that property that you want to invest in. How do you verify it remotely? It is not always easy. The third thing is that having access to various payment options. For example, the first two speakers I've just mentioned about professionalism. We always have to make sure we're dealing with the right people. We are very grateful that we have teamed up with eWealth. They've been doing quite well, providing all the necessary documentation for the properties. They've shown compliance in so many things that we've requested for. This is what every first-time home buyer should make sure they do. Get the right people to deal with. Get the right payment options through the professionals that you're dealing with. And then sometimes you would want to, as a home buyer living abroad, you would want to also see the property. Even if it is not physically at first, you would want to have that experience where eventually you have like a walkthrough, you look at various rooms, look at various parts of the building that you want to buy. These are challenges that many first-time home buyers living abroad have. So as a team, Rehome is providing for first-time home buyers, especially living abroad. We are providing a platform. So we are a prop tech with listed, verified brokers and developers who have various payment options for first-time home buyers. Okay, they give you that option. So we provide this platform with all the necessary properties there that you could just go and look for the one that you want. We have properties that are in a green community, what we refer to as a green community. We have properties that are centered in town, cantonment areas, and all those other places. So we have listed, verified brokers and developers that you could interact with. They are compliant with everything that is required for verification of their identity, for verification of the documents, and for verification of other things that you may require. Like you want to see whether they have their certificates as a professional operating in the industry. They provide all of these things. So Rehome is a one-stop shop for first-time home buyers who want to engage professionals in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, you could just scan the QR code and you would be able to access our platform and see some of our listings on the platform. So these are the things that we offer you. A list of verified brokers and developers, listed properties with verified documents, and we provide the services for virtual property experience, and we also have the brokers who will give you the necessary payment options like escrow services. It is also available through our platform. Ewells is also providing escrow services, and Ewells is on our platform, so you could also access Ewells through our platform. There are other valuers also on our platform. So we have payment options, escrow services. We support with mortgage payments also, because we work with a few banks for now. We just launched them just a few months ago, but then we've been able to work with a few banks. So if you have anything that you are looking at in investing in property, let's just come to Rehome, and Rehome would definitely meet whatever need that you have with regards to buying a property in Ghana. So ladies and gentlemen, Rehome Africa, bringing you home. Thank you. Do you have any questions, please?
Thank you very much. So just one question. We'll allow for one question. If you have a question, just give us a wave. We'll bring you the microphone. Thank you. Any question?
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, we have our stand on my right, so you can just visit my colleagues there and ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put yours together one more time for Rehome. That was very insightful. And so moving on, we'll take a presentation from one of our exhibitors. They have a lovely stand here. That's where you find a lot of information on land prices. Please put yours together as we welcome the MD for Randolph Investment and Consult Services in the person of Mr. Jacob Anson. Round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to you all. I'm very happy we've been well educated this afternoon. I think listening to the presenters, I don't have much to say. I always say that anytime my madam speaks and I have to come and speak, then it put tension on me because I don't have much to say. All the things that I have to say have been said. In fact, you will hear similar things from the speakers in respect to the processes of acquiring properties, the due diligence, and then everything. And that is exactly what we also stand for. Anywhere I stand, I don't forget to talk about Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers. In fact, it is what I stand for now. Madam Hannah mentioned it. It is an association that has credible agents and brokers who are professional. So with all the presentation that you had, the due diligence that you are supposed to do, these are the people to help you do those due diligence. And as Randolph Property Consults, we are very proud to be members of this association. And so everything that we do are duly monitored And so we are careful with whatever we do. So what do we do at Radoff? We are into real estate consultants. We are into construction, land brokerage. And to be specific, let me limit myself to construction and land brokerage because that is where my expertise lies. I'm engineer by profession and I'm a building technologist. I have been in land business since 2000. Marketing of land, going to sites, doing the survey work and everything. I really understand when it comes to land business. So I'm happy with all that I've heard so far. So we've studied the system for some time now, and we've realized that real estate is taking shape this time. Because during those days, it is very difficult to come out. If you have that clear intention, you are credible yourself, you are very afraid, you are afraid to do land business because you find yourself in the, you find yourself in a lot of problems if you are not careful. But thanks to the likes of Madam Atiasi and a lot of people who try to put this real estate business in good shape, and now a lot of people are not afraid to buy land or to even build because they understand the education is out there like they are doing now. Unfortunately, in Ghana, we don't like much education. We are interested in paying to join what the Shatawales and those things. But to know how to purchase a property so that we avoid the pitfalls, losing our hard-earned money, no, we don't. And what I've been saying is that a singer, Kofi Kinata, sang a song and said, this year, embed the margin. And what he was saying is that we don't want to repeat what has happened in the previous years. A lot of education has gone on TV, on television, and on social media. Madam every Wednesday educating people on Instagram. So next year going into 2024, we don't want to repeat, I bought a land and it has been taken from me and all those issues because there have been a lot of education. Next year, we enter the market. We want to behave professionally. And so we are here as Radoff to also let you know we are into this business. We want to define affordable as the word itself means. We've heard building, but we are coming from the field and we understand what affordable is. We understand where to get a litigation-free land that is also affordable. And so when we talk about building, we are not talking about the expensive houses now. The class of people who build in the expensive area are there. If you already want us to build in that expensive, will be for you. But we are here for the affordable, those who want the affordable. What as low as 150 Ghana cedis, we can build a home for you. We will not talk much. If you come to our stand, we will explain to you. 150,000 Ghana cedis. Ghana cedis. 150,000 Ghana cedis. We have land in Pampram, we have some in Abokobi, we have some in Amasaman, and the prices ranges between 80,000, 150,000. The highest we have is Abokobi, which is 250,000 Ghana cedis. And this is what we are doing. We want a group of people who can say that, like Madam said, one house at a time. That is the new narrative that you need to understand. So put yourself together. You say you want 2 bedrooms. You can put 2 bedrooms on one plot, and 4 people can come together. We can do this for you. Is that not beautiful? So this is how we start the generational work. Generational work, as Madam has been saying. So we don't want to invest a lot of money. From the beginning, you are from school and you have a little money, you want to start something, we will help you. If you get there and you want that flash house, fine, you can get it. So we want to start with you and grow with you. That is what we stand for, rather. Our office is located at Domain, a place called Born Again. It's close to the Domain DCB Bank branch, Domain branch. We are there. So, can you please display the location? Last slide, please. Last slide. Okay, so this is the information. So that is our office line, and then the mobile contact, our website, and then our email addresses. So Tommy, when you call the contact, we'll respond to you. So I think time is time gone. We'll be at our stand when you come and explain everything to you. Thank you.
Please put yours together. Thank you so much for the insights. With as little as 150,000 Ghana cedis, your home dream can come to life. Speak to Randolph Investment and Consult Services at their booth at any time you deem fit. Moving on, we'll take a presentation by Pay Angel, and this will be done by Delali Kotoka. Round of applause for him. Oh, if you are clapping, please, sir. Thank you. And to our online viewers, we acknowledge you. Thank you so much. Keep the questions coming online, and we'll make sure that we can address all your questions. Just a very quick announcement. I'm told there's a car that has to move, so I'll do this very quickly. Car number, yes, it's a RAV4. Car number GS172609. GS172609. It's an Ash Toyota RAV4. Please, if that car belongs to you, attend to your vehicle right now. So we'll enjoy our presentation from Pay Angel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Delali Kotoka, and I'm representing Pay Angel. I would like to start off by saying that I agree with the earlier submission by Madam Hannah, and I couldn't agree enough on the fact that she says when you are buying a property, make sure you do not pay cash. That is why we, the likes of Pay Angel, who provide digital platforms, are here to help the real estate companies in doing the heavy lifting on their behalf. We understand the frustration that real estate companies go through in order to receive their funds. About Pay Angel, Pay Angel is an award-winning, wholly Ghanaian-owned international remittance company that is helping Africans in the diaspora to remit money back to their home countries in Africa, whether to your families, to your friends, or most especially to businesses like real estate companies as well. So through our D2MR, direct to merchant platform, which we have been running in partnership with the United Nations Capital Development Fund, we've been able to set up organizations in our system to help them receive funds once they provide services to their diaspora clients. And what we do for these businesses is as easy as ABC when we do the registration for you under 5 minutes. So we set the organization up in our system. You get to inform your clients in our send countries that now you are on Pay Angel. Once you do that, those who already have our app and use our app to remit money to Ghana are able to just go to the business organization section and then they select your company directly. Those that don't have, you advise them to download our app, and then once they do that and register, they go to the business and organization section, and then they can select your company's name directly, and they are remitting this money to your bank account here in Ghana. So what we do as an organization is to do the heavy lifting on behalf of the companies. We help you to reduce the interactions you have mostly with the clients, where you have to send your SWIFT code, your bank account all the time to the client for them to do. We do this heavy lifting. So what the clients do is that once they go into our system, all they have to do is to select just the organization name, and then they are able to remit that funds to you. And also, once we set you up as a company, we create a dashboard for you where you are able to monitor and track transactions that are coming to your accounts in Ghana here. So these transactions you can also download in a CSV or in a PDF form for your bank reconciliation. So before you even make any attempt to reach out to your RM at your bank to ask, oh, have I received these funds? I was told this money has been paid into my account. Can you check for me and all of that? Our dashboard gives you that first-hand information, and you are able to know that that fund has already dropped in your account, and so you don't need to even involve the bank to be able to do these checks. So this is what we actually have, and we are offering real estate organizations, the likes of eWells, M&O Law Consults are already on the platform, and a host of other real estate companies are already enjoying these services on our platform. Our customer experience runs 24/7, and so if you have any difficulties and challenges, we are available to help you in all this. So we start with you from the beginning and end with you, making sure that throughout the journey or the process, you are sorted out and you are not left behind or in between our transactions. So these are, please, last but one slide. Yes, so these are who we are, fast-growing African focused payment company with global footprints. We are licensed in Canada, UK, Europe. We are licensed in the USA. Early next year, we should also penetrate the US market. And so those of your clients who are in the diaspora, you can advise them to use the platform once we set you up on our system. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I should take like 2.
Now, Samal stands for a reliable provider of handyman services, and we are dedicated to delivering top-notch property repairs and maintenance in Ghana. Now, we are governed by 7 core competencies that we believe helps to differentiate us in the way in which we conduct our works in Ghana. And these competencies are providing quality services, excellent customer service, prompt services, building client relationships, brand, employee satisfaction, and integrity. To ensure that we provide utmost professionalism in the way in which we conduct our services, all artisans are vetted before they are enrolled into the Samal family. So we do the necessary background checks, criminal checks, take them through our internal training processes for them to meet the standards before we enroll them to be a part of the Samal family. We believe that in Ghana, technical know-how is not enough. You need to also have the necessary soft skills because you're going to be dealing with people, and therefore soft skills are extremely important to us as a company. Now, our services that we render are the core services that we render are electrical, carpentry, plumbing, painting, air conditioning and service installation, tiling, fumigation, gardening, deep cleaning. If the core or if whatever you want to be done does not fall within the core, we do have reliable subcontractors that we can contract our work to for them to conduct their works to the satisfaction of our customers. Now, our process at the moment is quite simple. Once you contact us, I'll share our contact details very soon. Once you contact us, you let us know what the problem is, whether it's the plumbing or air conditioning, whatever the issue is. We come and assess the job. We give a quotation. If everything works between you, the client, and us, we go ahead and conduct or complete the job to the satisfaction of our clients. Of course, we are looking into the near future because we want Samal to be known as the household name for home repairs and maintenance. Therefore, we are already enrolling our Samal Handyman app. It's available on Android. I think we set up a few people when they came to our desk. It will be rolled out on iOS very soon, and then we'll launch it and make a lot of noise about it on social media and other spaces. So we can be contacted on, the slides are coming, the short presentation, so I think it should be fine. We can contact us on WhatsApp on 059-5234-973, or you can also call us on 054-8871-283. You can also email us at samaolimited@gmail.com, and we also have our social media handles on Instagram and on Facebook, and that is Samal_Handyman Services. Thank you very much for listening, and if there are any questions, I'll take them. If not, we do have a stand as well. That's if there are any further questions whilst we go along, you can always come and ask us. Please. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. We can take one question, just one question. If you have a question, please give me a wave. If not, we would like to say a big thank you to Samal Handyman Services for your wonderful presentation. And so I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Regional Director of India-Africa Trade Council. Jeremiah Quinton is here with us. Please, thank you so much for making it here. We appreciate your presence. And so, moving on, we'll take one more presentation, and then we'll get ready for our very, very exciting panel discussions. Our next presentation will be done by Daycare in the person of Marvin. Is Marvin here? Marvin, are we ready? Okay, so please welcome. You've already seen him, but he's back again with another agenda. He's the man behind Shark Island, and he's here to talk about Daycare. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again. I appreciate you. Good afternoon, everyone. The people I've seen earlier already. Nice to see you again, and everybody who came for the afternoon session. It's nice to meet you. So you guys heard me talk about Shark Island Resort and Residence earlier, and one of our other services, they'll show and display the video so that you understand about it. But when I first moved to Ghana, I came here to help improve the healthcare system. When I came here in 2018 of October, the country only had 16 working ambulances, and that was presented to me. So I came to the country, I bought 30 ambulances, and I bought a platform called Daycare Health and Transport. And what the Daycare Health and Transport app does, it helps Ghanaians in the diaspora be able to send quality healthcare professionals to meet with their family members here on the continent, to provide home care service, medical transportation to and from the hospital for just a normal checkup, not emergency services, but just medical transport. And the reason we created that platform.
What is the current state of affordable housing in Ghana? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate it?
I'd say we're somewhere around 2 or 3.
That's heartbreaking, isn't it?
That's honest.
It's honest, but it's heartbreaking. Okay, but tell us more. Why 2%?
Well, out of 1 to 10, so I would say 20%, not 2%. But it's a very challenging issue in this environment for so many reasons. I would say that affordability in most parts of the world are linked to access to home loans, which are very difficult to get in Ghana. The land tenure is a huge problem. So if you do struggle as a developer to get a piece of land, you're trying to return value to your shareholders, so you have to maximize your profit. And you've got a white-hot real estate market at the top of the market. So it's very difficult to now convince your board that it makes sense to do a project that maybe will make no money or very little money, right? The other thing to think about is that most of the homes in Ghana don't come from us. I would say developers are probably less than 5% of the market. So in some ways, the Ghanaians are doing a great job of solving their own problems. Right? They are building themselves. The challenge is they're not benefiting from scale.
Okay.
Right? Because they're buying one bag of cement at a time, one window at a time, and not having the benefit of being able to make large purchases. I think Derek spoke very eloquently about some of the drawbacks of self-performing your own construction, right, when you don't have the benefit of professionals. But at the same time as you're speaking, I was thinking a lot of people, they just don't have the money.
Buy from a professional developer or engage in the professional services of an architect. Right, so I think when we're talking affordability, The biggest problem is that we're not making enough money. Right? I can make the house smaller. I can use materials that are a bit cheaper. But at the end of the day, there's still a cost to what I'm providing. And as a nation, we have to export more than we import in order for us to build wealth in the country. Right? So I think our pay scales are fairly low, and that makes it difficult for us to buy homes. But it's not all doom and gloom, so let me stop there.
Let me pick your thoughts as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Affordable housing in Ghana, the current state. Mr. Anku has highlighted several areas with respect to land, with respect to how developers would want to maximize profit, and at the end of the day, wouldn't want to build something for free. Because, like I mentioned in my earlier presentation, it was concerning the rise of cost of construction. You know, imagine you're buying a property somewhere in Oyarifa for $30,000. How much would you build and to rent out for? You are buying properties as far as probably Dodoa. Sometime back it was around 2,000 cedis, 5,000 cedis. You are paying 70,000 cedis for. You see, the reason why affordable housing feasibility has become a challenge is because we do not make the measures very implementable. They are there. There are policies. The policies date back as in the 1990s and 1950s, where the government initiated a policy of the housing deficit refund projects, that they are supposed to work with private entities so that they can be able to, curb the deficits in our housing sector. But you realize that it has become a canker that is becoming relatively unresolvable. And it's as a result of, rapid urbanization. You see, affordable housing, the increment of it not being affordable is because people want to come into the cities and towns for white-collar jobs. And in need of that, you have to satisfy the Maslow's theory of needs, which is shelter. And so satisfying that, you realize people are displaced. They now gather in overcrowded areas and now living in kiosks and all that. And it creates a lot of, informal settlement as well. So it's become a canker that has, eaten into our system, and it's even affecting the country economically. Imagine 1.8 million to 2 million deficit. That's the numbers. It's housing deficit currently, and it's terrible. See, so I think as we continue with this conversation, we will probably talk about certain things that could have been done, certain things that we need to do, and certain approaches we need to take. I think I've mentioned some, but I will probably, delve deeper and we will take it from there. Thank you.
Now, Kofi, tell us he talks about urbanization, the fact that most of government business is so centralized, so people want to be close to it just so they can access these services. What are some other challenges you face in your efforts to build affordable housing?
I think there's also the other side of the coin, right? There's an obsession in the market in Ghana with concrete, right? People, if you're trying to introduce some of the it's not actually that difficult to shelter yourself. Right? We've been doing this for thousands of years without the benefit of architects. We understand the basics of that. And you're seeing a shift. In parts of the world, you'll find people that are using technologies that were used, and it's now viewed as sexy to build with mud. Right? And there are properties in terms of ventilation and cooling and passive cooling techniques. But there's a lot of resistance in our market for cultural reasons. Right? And some of them are understandable. you may have a period where you don't have money. So if you've built a material that requires a lot of maintenance, that could be a problem. Right? You want something, you want a legacy asset that you can leave for your children. We think a little bit differently about properties. In the States, nobody buys a house and expects to live there and pass it on to their child. You're there, you educate your children, you move to a cheaper area in Florida when you're in your 60s, you sell the asset. There's it's a very different approach to real estate and ownership. So we're dealing in that cultural space. But there has to, if you want innovation, there has to be a willing recipient on the other end that's open to looking at things a bit differently. You mentioned building with drywall. So like 90% of the houses in the U.S., which the average house price in the States is $420,000 USD. Right? And that has increased dramatically even in the last 5 years. Those houses are built with sheetrock. You could literally put your foot through them. Right? No Ghanaian is interested in that material. Right? So you can't get champagne with beer money. Right? So we also, from a cultural perspective, might need to adjust what we're looking for. The room sizes. It's really interesting for me because Imensa Park was an upscale development. Townhouses around 200 units, 200,000 USD. Seeing the reception from different parts of the market, lots of Ghanaians, these rooms feel small. Right? People that come from London, spacious. But it's the same house. Right? An American coming from Texas, different story. Right? So we have to find ways to, you were talking about how people use space and use a very fancy term about anthropometrics or something. Anthropometrics. I'm learning today, right? People use space very differently in Asia. Singapore, one of the wealthiest parts of the world, home ownership rates are very low. I think it's 70% of the homes are state provided. And people rent, right? Switzerland as well, I think home ownership is pretty low. I think it's mostly a rental economy, right? But there's controls in it. So we don't have the benefit of having a very proactive government. I don't think it makes sense for us to vision policies and hope someone's going to wave a magic wand, right, and implement them. We're kind of on our own, right? So the question is, what can we do as developers, as buyers? How can we think differently? How can we use space differently? And I've seen there's a Japanese approach to architecture, where the sleeping space stops being a sleeping space once you've stopped sleeping. You roll your mat up, put it to the side, and then that becomes another part of your house. Right? So if you're talking about people living in kiosks, when I saw somebody, we did a $200,000 development, then we did, Bokwasi Heights started at 45,000 USD. So I thought we cracked the affordability story. But now I've provided a product at $45,000 that Ghanaians buy. I was wrong. My buyers are still from the US, from the UK, the Ghanaians, but the Ghanaian in Ghana with $45,000 cash, he wants a much bigger house. Right? She's prepared to wait 5 years to build that house. Right? It's the diaspora who's been sending money and gets duped that says, okay, I want a turnkey solution, even if it's a bit small.
Interesting point. And okay, still in relation to our preferences, you make an interesting point about an affordable housing initiative you did at Pokwase and the responses you get.
I have to interrupt you. I don't call it affordable housing. And if I were to make that mistake, I would be dragged all over social media.
Right.
Because people say, look, where am I going to find $45,000?
You get that.
Or the CD equivalent. So the first question is affordable to whom?
Very relative. Okay, Derek. And with regard to construction, cost of construction, building materials, among others, how do we navigate between meeting the Ghanaian preference and also ensuring that we're able to put up something on the Ghanaian market that meets their affordable needs in relation to housing?
Okay. See, the subject of affordable housing is even more political than architectural. It's more economical than architectural. It's what's in my pocket that's determining what I'm getting. Now, the global observatory database of the UN Habitat, according to them, they use this measure, price to income ratio, the PIR. Now, I mean, it's self-explanatory. What I earn against what I'm paying for. So they describe affordability as an adequate dwelling. That's your household income, right? Should be 30% less than your rent, your devoted rent, or your annual household income should be 3 times less than your dwelling amount. Now let's go back to this. How are you earning? How many people in the rural areas earn 1,500 cedis a month? No. So it means that people earning 1,500 here are as a result of infrastructural development, and so they're able to get jobs that makes them pay for their rent. But how much is the rent for a 1-bedroom in Accra? Averagely, you're looking at somewhere 800 cedis, 900 or 1,000, and you're earning 1,500. You might think the person going in for such a rent is, excuse me to say, stupid. But no, there is nowhere to get a 300 cedis rent, because based on the PIR, you are supposed to be taking 360 cedis when you calculate the ratio. You are supposed to be taking a 360 cedis rental home or apartment, but you cannot afford it. It's terrible. So you realize that people are not cutting their coat according to their size, not because they don't want to, because they can't. They can't. You see, I always say this. I remember the last time we had a TV show. I mentioned this. Sometimes I want to go architecture, but if you don't tackle the issue from its roots, we'll be typical Ghanaians beating about the bush. I'll come and sit here and tell you, do interlocking blocks, because that's what I read for. I read them in school. Interlocking blocks. You don't need mortar. Interlock. Plaster. You are done. It reduces cement, one of the major commodities of construction. I'll tell you all those sweet things. But truly, at the end of the day, how implementable is that 6-month rent that the government is saying that landlords are supposed to be doing, and doing 2 years advance? I'm hearing some people do 4 years advance. How? Now it goes back to land acquisition. How much are we buying the lands? I just stated, people are selling lands for $30,000. And let me tell you, some are even half plots. I live at Oyarifa. See, and affordability is also with respect to where your building is and where you work. Access to your workplace and access to social amenities. Affordability, according to, these 2 gentlemen did a study. The name has escaped me. Trust me, when I remember, next year's seminar, I'll mention it. But they mentioned one thing. They did a study and they realized that housing satisfaction in Ghana is about 21%. And the people who were willing to engage them in their survey, 46 people in the whole of Ghana. Do you know why? From their research, they said that people were not even interested to respond because it's annoying. Because they filled these forms and filled, and there's no response to the actual problem that is happening. So you see, not too long ago, I just stated one method of construction that can aid effective cost, approach to building. But after it's built, Is the landlord renting them out after every 6 months, or is taking 2 years upfront? You see, that's what I'm saying. That practically, it can only work when we do what is on the ground, we tackle what is on the ground. Because Mr. Uncle mentioned,
Derek, are you saying that these practices from the landlord is the root of the problem?
It's part of the root of the problem.
I would also say there's another part to that story. Right? One of the reasons why they require those huge upfront fees is because it's very difficult to get a non-paying tenant out. Right? Because it's the same courts that we're dealing with. Right? Go ahead, come. Case adjourned. If it's going to take you 2 years to get the guy out, right? Well, then you're going to need to try and recognize economic benefit. It's also a stress test, right? Is this person capable of paying me after the 6 months or the year is up? How will I know? Right? If you're in the States, run a credit check. I know your financial history. I know who you
Yeah.
Exactly, right? So it's a really thorny issue, and part of it comes to, even if you find there's some laws in our books that seem pro-social, but sometimes have unintended consequences, right? Because it's like, it's not very nice to throw somebody out of a home. So there's a law in our books that says you actually, as a landlord, need to show that you have a need, right? Like my son is coming back from the UK and I need the house. You understand what I'm saying? Right? So that sounds beneficial, but it has a chilling effect. Right? You see a lot of properties that are vacant. There are multiple reasons, but part of it is
Right. We're trying to tackle the issue from using a bottom-up approach. We've spoken about land, construction materials, amongst others. Let's talk about finance for real estate developers who want to access some finance from any of our financial institutions. What's the challenge like? Or how easy is it?
Sis, forget it.
What do they say to you when you go to the banks?
Oh, I mean, can we go to the next question?
Yeah,
No, I think we're interested in this bit. Yeah, we want them to share the experiences. We want to understand them from a developer's perspective. So, what do they tell you when you go to the banks?
I usually let the banks off, but I'll blast them today, right? Because it was just ridiculous. We did $30 million at IMESA Park and revenue. So I'm thinking, okay, off the back of that track record, got another project, got the land title, I've got contracts, I've got assets. Why can't we just go to the banks? You know, one of the guys there did me a favor. He said, Uncle, don't bother talking about it, because you'll be wasting your time. Right? I put that much money through your bank, and this is the reception we're getting.
Why did he say that?
Well, look, our government was paying 11% in dollars to borrow money. 11%, right? So our friends who are in the UK, they're as individuals, Ghanaians who live in the UK. Sam, what's the interest rate that you guys? 3%. Right? If you're just a citizen walking around the UK with decent credit, you're borrowing at 3%. If I have cash in Ghana, I'm a bank, I can lend to a government that's going to give me a sovereign guarantee at 11%. Why am I messing with Derek and Kofi? What? Right? So, it's not interesting. My business is not interesting to them. And so now, because I have 2 passports that I can travel on, I have to get my capital outside, bring it in. But if I didn't have the benefit of that, it's not.
Okay, Derek, share some personal experiences with us.
Personal.
Yeah.
We can't go personal here because it will be bloody. There was a time that I'll talk on the part of the people who want to own their homes. He's spoken on the developer's part. Let me speak of the buyers because I'm sure there are first-time home buyers here, and that's a subject of the whole location. Imagine you are going for a mortgage, right? And the mortgage percentage, I'm not even going to mention it. It's a cliche. You are looking at the 20s, you are looking at the 15s, you are looking at 30s, you know, and they come back and tell you that it's not possible. So can you develop a payment plan of about 5 to 7 years? And you know, some of them even come as far as they want cities. So you lose. You lose because our city is a determinant of everything in Ghana. You get it? Like, and people want you to be reasonable, but the money doesn't come from us. See, I'm not a full-time developer. I'm an architect and build. Architect and contractor. But I feel the pain of developers because they give me the money to build. I leave, I finish, take my consultancy fee and leave. But you see, the aftermath of me leaving, I'm also present. Because you want to know how far the building you designed and built is going, and you realize it's vacant. Because people are scared to buy. Because they don't have the money and they wish to access. And they can't get the opportunity because our rates, oh my God. The rates can build you another house. Affordably.
That's disgusting.
Yes, the rates. Please find 20% of probably $400,000. That's about $80,000, right? I'm an Odage, so I can calculate very fast. You know, and it's so terrible. $80,000 can build you a decent 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. You're okay. If I find myself in somewhere in Shire Hills, I don't mind. But that's the problem because it's not affordable. Because you have access to nothing.
So let me give you some green shoots. I don't want to sit here and complain, right? So there are some parts of the story I think that are encouraging. We have gone from $200,000 price point to as low as $45,000 price point. One of the things that I look at the market and I don't really try and tell it what to do. I want to see what it's doing and then meet it somewhere, right? So one thing that we do at Pokwasi is we offer an incremental housing solution, right? Because a lot of Ghanaians, one, they're not scared to do their own tiling or to fix it a WC. Right? Their issue is they don't have all the cash at once. So I'm looking at that and saying, okay, well, let us offer a shell that from the outside looks completely done. Right? So you're not an eyesore for your neighbor who's living in the house. But so external doors and windows, fully painted, landscape, driveway's been replaced. Looks like the house is done. But on the inside it's raw. So instead of spending $55,000 on a fully finished 95 square meter 2-bed, we can get you in for 42. Right? So there's an incremental housing approach that can be helpful. And then, so we've done it, 42,000. My feeling, looking at the majority of Ghana, if you want to call a property an affordable housing in the kind of peri-urban area, I think you need to be around 25 to 30,000. Adam, what would you say? Somewhere around there, right? And I think we can get there. I think we can make the house a bit smaller. I think we can look at compacted laterite roads as opposed to concrete roads. We can spec down some of the finishing. We can also make it a house where you can grow with your family. So for me, it's a personal passion project, right? I like the fact that we've gone and we've got a more affordable offering where there's a lot of quality. You're not living in something you're not proud of. It's actually quite comfortable. A lot of folks come to our site and they're surprised by what they see, right? And that for me is a driver. So I think we can get there.
Okay, I think there's.
So, like you said, we can't be here and look at the downside. So for La Rocha Court that I designed and built, one sustainable approach I used was I used the roof drains. I channeled them into a reservoir. where we use that water to water our landscapes, soft landscape areas. And do you know what we also help the neighborhoods with? Because it's a developing area, Tema 23 Hills, the one close to Trasaco Springs. That's where the development is. Because we want to also, contribute something around, we use that same water to water those areas that are not tarred, so that it reduces the amount of dust that emanates into people's rooms and all. So we also try to contribute passively to other units. You get it? And so that's one approach we use. So you don't need to pay so much on utility bills, on paying for Ghana water. You don't have to pay so much. And one other approach is that area, the water table there is not really so much. So you don't have a lot of groundwater. But we are next year we are doing boreholes where we are having filtering machines and cleaning machines that will clean the water for consuming. You get it? So that they don't have to highly depend on that. And we use their service fees to maintain all these things that are around. So, it's true. There are green approaches that can help affordability all around. But it's just about the end product. I need to still get the building. And so how to get it becomes the problem.
I'm happy we are talking about the solutions now. It means that the sunlight at the end of the tunnel, at the end of the day. Kofi spoke about 20,000 to 30,000 affordable houses, and I'm really happy about that. We can't wait to see that happen, right? But let's look at what has, how other countries, other developing countries have done in terms of providing affordable houses, and how we can do that here as well.
Okay, let me start with this. South Africa is one country that is trying. They are using the system of the sandbag system. It's mud, earth, that is in a polymer or a polythene that they put together of the total climate hazard in the world. The production of concrete, production of cement, they add up to 8% of carbon dioxide emission in the world. So it means that when we reduce that, like I said, affordable housing is also housing satisfaction. You understand? Being able to inhabitate a property, the ability to be able to do that in itself makes it affordable. Access to affordable housing is affordable in itself. And so using that approach, that green approach, helps reduce costs for them in South Africa and has contributed a lot. See, Cape Town is lagging behind about 500,000 units. That's the gap they are facing right now. That's
very small.
Yes, Cape Town. That's for just Cape Town.
Okay.
But Accra is lagging behind by so much because there's rapid population density here. Population density in Accra is massive, And so I believe that South Africa is moving in the right direction. China tried as much as possible to do that because China is the basis of a perfect place to use to determine if affordable housing is feasible because they have the largest population on earth.
What is China doing differently?
They are building taller buildings. So, you don't pay for a land in the air. So you can build.
Derek, this is the second largest economy on the planet, China. I don't think they have anything to teach us in affordable housing. It's going to be applicable in the next 5 years. Right? And the other thing that we have to look at is our ability to deliver on these projects from a kind of public sector perspective. I can think, I've been around for a while. The Ford administration did an affordable housing project. Mills administration did an affordable housing. Every administration has spent a ton of money. For some reason, none of those projects came to fruition. Right? So there's something beyond. It's not that we don't know where to look. I think we should just park there are folks in this room here. None of them are the Minister of Work and Housing. What can we do collectively to change our story? Right? That's essentially where we're at. I'm not here to criticize any administration. Right? We're here to find solutions. As entrepreneurs, that's what we do. Right? You guys are the buyers. We're the developers. We have to have a conversation. What can you afford? Like, who's a first-time home buyer? Who's somebody who aspires to be a first-time home buyer? Don't be shy. Yeah, in Ghana. Okay, so you guys are critical stakeholders. Right? Like, I'm in the housing industry. I don't own my own home. I need that money, that capital, for my business. I rent. I've even rented in my own developments. There's no shame in that. Right? Like, it's hard to find huge amounts of investment. It's not an easy thing to do, no matter what you're doing. Right? So, government, best practices, architects, building materials, we've seen it all. Right? You've got hydroform blocks, they're lovely. You don't even need to plaster them. Right? Market uptake. We have to figure it out ourselves. We've got to change our appetite a little bit. We've got to think about what the trade-offs are. I mean, that's essentially when I work with my design teams and we're building. We don't really know what 50 buyers are going to want. We're guessing. And we're making trade-offs and we're waiting for feedback. Right? That's the role. So you've got folks like, I can sit with Yaba and Sam, with Hannah, and say, okay, what do the buyers say? I know the people that walk through my development, but they know what people who are walking through hundreds of other developments are experiencing. So it has to be a two-way conversation. Are you guys cool with earth blocks? You don't mind that as for your first home? Good? Yeah. Right, so something we should... I'm not a fan of containers because it's hot and the measurements are constricted. Right? I think it's cool on Instagram, but I don't think that's going to be the solution for...
It's not feasible in our idea.
There's better solutions.
Right. I would like us to delve more into what has worked in other places and how we can bring that here. He cited an example of the woman in Burkina Faso, the South African example. What other more examples can we make reference to when it comes to affordable housing and its success in other places?
Those examples have been executed in the Ghana context. They haven't been scaled. Right? So oftentimes what you find is for me to get a team of masons who are competent, I could land 100 masons on a job site tomorrow. Right? No problem. We know where to find those people. Right? If you're talking about earth bricks, well, they're different. Right? I can call my usual suppliers and get what I need with traditional methods. I'll give you an example. So one of the reasons why we're able to execute Bokwasi Heights at the level that we are is because the government gave out a massive contract for district hospitals. Right? And that project developer used an innovative technology. Right? So they spent hundreds of millions of dollars of government money on a contract where they said, okay, we don't want love, we want a different technology. Right? That allowed an ecosystem to develop around it. It's a sandwich panel, it's got a polystyrene core, right, with iron mesh on both sides. So my partner at Bokwasi Heights was the construction director from that project. So when we decided to team up, he knew where he could get folks that were well-trained and could execute with that technology. So sometimes it's not just the technology, it's the whole ecosystem around it. Right? Now there are 3 factories that produce that material in Ghana. Right? So you're not having to import it. That's helpful. Right? So I think, to your point, even though we don't necessarily have an extremely proactive government, growth has both a direction and a rate. Right? People talk about the GDP, but where are you growing toward? And why? Right? So this is one example that I can point to where you're seeing a technology that was used all over the world, alternative technology, which we've been able to scale as a unsubsidized for-profit business.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time, but then Do we have questions? Well, okay, we have time for 2 questions, unfortunately. So I see a hand over there. We'll take that.
Yeah, I know the Building and Road Research Institute has done some tests of building materials. I think porcelana and some other stuff. Because this affordable housing issue has to do with the building materials as well. So if we can get cheaper materials, can we achieve that? And then on the iron rods side as well, recently I saw some people introducing fiberglass to replace the steel rods. And according to them, tensile strength is good. It is also cheaper. So can we explore a mix of some of these things and probably get down the cost of building the units?
Sure, let me respond to the fiberglass story. It's fine, but it has to be available, right? Like you need to have dealers. You need somebody. I can get iron rods delivered to my site, right? This fiberglass, do I have to import it myself? If so, does it make sense for me to bring in a whole container, right? If so, that container is going to be on the sea if it's coming from Asia, right, for three months. Well, I need to have the cash available to make that investment, right, to save me money. Is it really saving me money if it's locking up $50,000 of my working capital, right? So it's systems. It's not simply just, there's no silver bullet that's going to solve the problem. There needs to be movement in a direction, and there needs to be some sort of kind of coordination.
On that subject as well, there are 3 constraints in project management. It's time, scope, and cost. When you look at the timelines you have for a particular project, if you're able to execute it within that period, it saves you money. Like you mentioned, I was just about to touch that. And so you need to, it's good. You hear about the materials, you would have to import them. Yeah, I've heard about the fiberglass. I've heard about the porcelain. I was even discussing it with a lady not too long ago on my stand. It's amazing. But you see, if we have these approaches, right? There's a government sometime back in I think in the 1950s, the government gave tax incentives to developers. And so now it's not really, you don't really see it. You get it? There was some form of tax incentives given to them. And so when they even import some items, they waiver some amount of the duty for them. But I don't see them again. Because if they were supposed to do that, it means that we can easily import these items. Then, because we forget, aside the distance, the time it wastes, duty, we've not factored that in. So like I mentioned, this thing is extremely economical. And it's also, we just really need to look at what is on the ground. People there, trust me, when I was back in school, they told us to do the same thing about affordable housing. I brought about 3 points. People brought 20 ways. I was like, where did they get them? I went through the same internet. It means there are a lot of ways, but can we do them here? And is it going to save us that same money that we are going to spend? You get the point. So it's good, but is it achievable within a particular period in terms of the constraints I just mentioned?
All right, thank you. We'll take a question from online, and then we'll take our final question from our lady here, and then we can wrap up the panel. Question from Evans Oseiwusu. Are developers open to shared ownership through mortgages, where the home buyer pays for a share, usually 25 to 75% of the property, and pays rent on the remaining share to the private developer that owns the property? He says this one is for Kofi and Co. Should I repeat it again?
No, I think I've got it.
You got it?
Yeah, look, we're not a bank, right? So I would love to be in a position to hang on to my property because I know they're appreciating, right? We're building, there's a massive interchange in Bubasi, $70 million. I've seen the story before. It's the same thing when my father bought 40 acres in Aymensa. There was a little 2-lane road, right? When they built this lovely highway, the value appreciated significantly. So I'd love to be in a position to hang on to equity in a home, right? But it means I'll be able to. I won't be able to build more houses because my capital's now locked up, right? So in a mature market, right, if you're doing well, then push credit in your direction, right? So you can expand quickly and you can do lots of innovative things. Ghana, it's a bit trickier.
So let's wrap up the conversation with both the future prospects and opportunities for affordable housing in Ghana looks like. I'll pick it for 30 seconds. Unfortunately, we are out of time.
So 30 seconds quickly. We take one more question and then we are done. Can we take the question first?
Okay,
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So my question was about what do you think are some of the challenges to scalability of some of these innovative concepts? Because in the States, you see that one developer has done something innovative and sustainable and everybody picks it up because that is the way to go. If you don't, you're left behind. You're not going to get business. What do you think are some of the challenges in Ghana?
Okay, so like I mentioned, in this, you see, like you just mentioned, in the States, it's a developed country. So the moment something innovative comes out, it's made there and it's used there. But for us, the innovative measure we get, like you mentioned, we'll have to import them. There are some that we even have to import the expertise to be able to manage it. We get so we don't have access to that immediate innovative way.
I have to push back a bit on that because I do think if you're looking at compressed earth, right, or clay, like there's a lot that we can do locally, but again, there are people who can afford whatever you're doing who may not want it, right? And people who want it can't afford it, right? So the demand curve, it's not linear. You've got pockets of demand that as developer, it is your money, right? So whatever it is we're talking about, typically it's you want the developer to experiment and then bring it to the table and the market goes, okay, we're interested or not, right? So we don't have it to burn, right? So we've got to make sure that there's actually a demand there. But I think part of it's a culture of celebrating locally, like even Pozolana, that stuff, some of it's, a good portion of it is made with palm nut kernels, right? So, yeah, right? So that you don't have to import that, right? But you have to be open as a market to accept the materials and technologies that our grandparents used. It works, particularly in this climate. So I think that's part of the story.
See, the subject, I even wanted to touch on the fiberglass because in as much as you do this, you go high-rise. You can't largely depend on earth blocks to go high-rise. You still need to reinforce to make it strong. So you need another measure of structural integrity to hold these. Because it's fine. We have available access to earth blocks, but how are we strengthening them if you are going affordable? Because if you are going affordable, you have to build higher to accommodate more and get more land to build more.
But Derek, with the numbers we're talking about, right? You're not going high-rise without an elevator. And there's no elevator where you're going to have somebody who's paying 300 CDs a month for a house with a high-rise with an elevator. So your architects to put on your developer hat, right? Like that's the reality of what we're facing. Right? These are real-world problems that require real-world solutions, and they're thorny.
I mean, it's like that. But you see, the approach I'm looking at is there's this method that they use in China. I didn't really look into it much, but like you mentioned, the moment I mentioned China, I go like, okay, they are rich, so they have the access to it. Fine, but how much have we spent on the Excitement project? We spend so much on the Excitement project. There are a lot of things that we should invest in. What if you go 17 floors and spend that much? How many people would you accommodate? You don't need to increase them.
One of our partners for this wonderful event, First Time Home Buyers in Ghana seminar, and this will be done by IB Prosper. Put your hands together for her.
Oh.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I have to say thank you for inviting us to be part of this. We definitely are very much in support of this project because this first time homebuyer seminar, this is the second time that Ewell's Realty has done it, and it is fantastic because it's an opportunity to educate everyone, whether you're Ghanaian or you're from the diaspora, or if you're new to buying or you're not new to buying, there's definitely something to be learned by everyone. And I learn every time that I have come to meet with her at any event she's spoken at, as well as this particular seminar. So I work with Beyond the Return, and Beyond the Return is a part of the Ghana Tourism Authority. It is an initiative that has been mandated as a 10-year campaign. It's the follow-up to the Year of Return, which was in 2019. And this one is particularly under the theme, A Decade of African Renaissance. And there are 7 pillars to the Beyond the Return initiative, and a lot of people are not aware because their focus is always on the parties, the concerts, the festivals that happen in December. So sometimes people even think that the initiative is only happening in December. But from January 1st to December 31st, Beyond the Return is happening. We are in the Secretariat office and we are diligently working. We partner with a lot of different organizations. All you have to do is submit your event to our office by email. You can come have a meeting and discussion with us as long as it aligns with one of the 7 pillars. That's something else that a lot of people are not aware of. There are 7 pillars to the Beyond the Return initiative. And one of those pillars is Invest in Ghana, and the other one is Diaspora Pathways to Ghana, which those two align with this event. So in the Invest in Ghana, it's all about encouraging the diaspora to find ways to invest in the country, and this one obviously is through real estate and property, land, and also Diaspora Pathways is about encouraging the diaspora to move to Ghana, live in Ghana, and we know that when someone wants to move somewhere, obviously they need somewhere to live. So this perfectly aligns with that initiative. So I want to thank everyone for coming here today. And if you want to reach out to us, you can always email our office, support@beyondthereturngh.com. You can visit our website for more information on all the pillars. The website is beyondthereturngh.com. And then this is separate from Beyond the Return. This is my own thing because I actually have been promoting Ghana for a long time before I even started working with Ghana Tourism Authority. And I wrote a book that was published a few years ago actually, called Your Essential Guide on Moving to Ghana. This is the 2nd edition, actually. I encourage you to get it. You can get it on Amazon. There's a digital version and the print one. This is the print one. And so the reason I wrote this book was because I constantly was getting the same questions every day, non-stop. In my email, in my DM on social media, was always the same questions from people about being in Ghana. So I put this together as a simple guide, basic information, especially for somebody who has never been to Ghana or who's never had much experience with the country. I give a lot of tips and information, and in the back there's some resources in here. I do want to do an upgrade because I gotta add people like Ewell's Realty to the new one. But this is available on Amazon, digital, download, or print. So thank you everyone for coming today, and I hope that you're all learning as much as I am, because I'm also learning here too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivy. We appreciate your presence and your wonderful address. And so moving on, we'll take a very quick address from Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, in the person of Chuck Kluche. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much, Eddie. At the tail end of a program like this, if you're asked to speak, it's very, very difficult. But please pardon me. Can we put our hands together for Ewell's Realty? I know we are tired. Please put your hands together for Ewell's. My name is Shekluche, like he said. I work with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, specifically the Diaspora Investment Desk. We are a public agency that all we do is investment facilitation. So I invite all of you to come by the office any day and somebody will help you. Why do I say come by? Because if you're buying a home here as a diaspora, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to start a business. That is why it's very interesting for me that a lot of you want to buy homes in Ghana. And when you talk to us, you talk to the entire government, architecture about investment. Who do you need to speak to for joint ventures? Who do you need to speak to for customs exemptions on some of your products, we are the people to talk to. And we are very happy to see all of you come in here today to be homeowners. Welcome to Ghana, and don't forget to grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so it's a good time to have our last panel discussion for the day, which is actually on the main topic for why we came. You can see it on your screens. So to help us moderate this panel is our very own, the CEO of EOS Realty and Consultancy. Please put your hands together for Hannah Tiasi as she takes the hot seat. And then she'll be joined by two fantastic panelists. First up is an amazing real estate professional in Ghana. She's been in the market for 17 years and counting. She's the CEO of Anna Arkutu Consult. Put your hands together for the lady with the knowledge, Anna Arkutu. And then our second panelist for today is a gentleman you've already heard twice. Mr. Shark Island, people are calling him that name today because he showed us something that blew our minds, a project he's doing up in Ghana. So please put your hands together one more time for Marvin Walker, developer of Shark Island, CEO, Run Free Properties. And so just to let you know, our topic for this discussion, this last panel discussion, is building generational wealth through home ownership. Hannah, over to you.
Thank you, Eddie Aqua. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody for still hanging in here. Let me just do a brief introduction. We have Anna Arkutu. She has been in the real estate sector for 17 years. So this is a wealth of information right here. Anna is a real estate professional that is passionate about the potential of real estate to create wealth. Thank you so much for being here. Round of applause for Anna. Yeah. And then we have Marvin Walker. We've seen him several times, but we love seeing you. So welcome, Mr. Marvin Walker. He is a real estate developer, an award-winning real estate developer. So we're going to go ahead and get started. This is indeed one of my favorite old-time topics for real estate. But first of all, I want to find out how you got into real estate, because I get that question a lot. And, certain people go to school for it. They get that real estate educational background. I mean, personally, I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. And then, how many of you have read that book? Oh, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right. And that's how I got into real estate. So, Anna, tell us about your journey into real estate.
Certainly. Thank you so much for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here in front of all of you. So yes, I mean, Robert Kiyosaki deserves a reward because literally that is how I got into real estate. So having read that book, I know a lot of people got different things from it, and what I immediately picked up from it was real estate, and I decided to follow that path. And what I did was to seek the best in real estate at the time and to go to them and ask them questions. I remember that time I was doing a summer internship in Spain. So I sought out the best female real estate agent, Christina Chekli. She was quite big. She gave me some great tips. And then when I came to Ghana, at the time, Tarsako Valley, who are still great, were the top developers. And by God's grace, I was able to meet the CEO, who also gave me some very good tips and ushered me into the industry. And by God's grace, it's been great from there until now, and it will be even better.
Upwards from there. I want to just touch on something Anna said. She had mentors. We don't see that in the Ghanaian culture much, but I want to encourage you. I had a mentor as well in the United States with real estate. So I want to encourage you that a mentor is so key to make sure you avoid a lot of the pitfalls in this real estate market. Mr. Walker, how did you get started in real estate?
Well, just like you guys, I was reading books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But the one that did it for me was The Millionaire Next Door. I wanted to learn not only how millionaires made money, but how they held on to it. And in The Millionaire Next Door, it teaches you everything from how much they spend on a watch, what type of vehicles they drive, how many years it is. And I just replicated those behaviors. And then I learned that most millionaires, 95% of them, their wealth is built through real estate. So I've always wanted to be involved in real estate. And those things just let me know that once I had enough money, that was where
you have financial freedom, that at any time you are able to have money to take care of your needs and leave some for generations to come.
Right. Marvin, I want you to touch on this because when you talk about building wealth through real estate, you get a lot of pushback from Ghanaians. So, what would you say are some of the barriers or perhaps some of the challenges to home ownership? We need to be able to tackle that first before we can begin to see people climb the property ladder. So, tell us about some of the challenges and how we can overcome them to begin to climb the property ladder.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. Well, the number one challenge is access to capital, right? How much we're paying or the employees are getting paid so that they can pay for a home over a predetermined period of time, right? And then how do you get, either investment dollars or any of those things to help you, which is very difficult, right? But the number one barrier before those things is believing that you too can own property, right? So you have to see it in your mind first and believe it in your heart before it will become manifested. Because if you do that, then you can go ahead and do it. And I just want to add, when I started building Shark Island, I was broke. I didn't have the money. I had enough to pay for the land and buy it. But I believed that I could do it. And that if I took the first step and I show people that I could do it, then I will attract the right people. So belief is the most important barrier that I think before even having the money and all of those things. Because if you show that you believe and you have faith, I believe that, divine intelligence is going to send everything else to you.
Brilliant. So faith is the first step. I think education, if you educate people about how to get started. So Anna, in terms of educating people, what are some of the things we can do to let people know that yes, once you have the faith, it is achievable, it is possible?
Yes, definitely. Education doesn't go out until you're informing people. So like you're doing now, this is a seminar. Many businesses or many wealth creation, this would be the birth of many wealth creation points for people. And I think seminars like this and putting the information out on our various channels and just even like you do, I know you do a lot of real estate master classes. She has one coming up soon with the lovely ladies here. These are the ways of empowering people. And I believe people should not take that for granted because once you go in and you sit there, you will pick one or two things. I know that I usually only need to hear sometimes 2 or 3 lines and I know exactly what to do. So by the seminars that you're doing like this, like the real estate master classes, I think these are where you can empower people to know it's possible. I've come to realize that people usually don't know until they are told. It's something I've really learned in life. So even if you have a family member, you're expecting something from them, until you communicate, until you inform them, until you educate them, I have seen that difference. I've noticed it and I realized that now when I'm expecting something, I'm like, we need to do this. And they're like, oh, thank you, because we take it for granted. We think people know, but I've come to find that, and especially even for parenting, I'm grateful to my parents for that. They were very intentional about educating, informing, and guiding me. So let's take that conscious effort to educate. If you know someone that you think this person has the potential to build wealth, do not sit back. You feel like this guy could do this, this lady could do this. Don't just think it will come to them. Take that step to go out and actually speak to them and educate them, and it'll make a difference.
That's awesome. And I think another thing is education by example. One of the things I tell my staff as real estate agents, you don't want your story to be, I sold this, I rented this. But you want your story to be, I sold this, I rented this, today I own this and I'm renting it out. So I think if it's education by example, people will begin to see the possibility of turning their story around.
Of course. I think example, like you said, is the best thing. It says that, they say nobody listens to the poor man, right? So usually people come and see you when they see you are doing well. You build this, you're getting money from this, they see that you're making impact. It draws people to you. So people come to you, and then you also, the onus is on you. When God positions us in that place, it is our responsibility to take the time to mentor people. So yes, I agree.
Do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I do. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but mentorship is key. That's how you learn. When I was 25, I met a gentleman who changed the course and direction of my life. His name was Mike Yeager. He was a real estate broker. And he said to me, he gave me this book called The Art of Exceptional Living by Jim Rohn. And it was the first time somebody had given me an audio book. And I went home and I listened to this book at work, at home, in bed, because this man took time out to see something in me. And I asked him, I said, look, what did you see in me that my mother, my brother, my teacher didn't see? Like, I'm the same Marvin, but you saw something in me. And I started doing everything this man told me to do. The first thing he said was get a library. But I did it because I didn't want to let the one person down who saw something in me. And I invested in all of the material. The best investment that you could do is in yourself and your self-education. And I started studying it. But, there's a saying that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And I was looking for better ideas and didn't even know, but this man showed up in my life and he pointed me in the right direction. But I still had to do the work, my part. And that's when I went and I started reading and educating myself. And I would call him every time and ask questions. So, more importantly than anything else is find somebody that you could learn from them that will mentor you. And people want to tell you how they made it. Sometimes we feel like I can't go talk to this person, or if I ask for their number, they may not give it to me. But also sometimes, to get past that, say, hey, can I take you to lunch? Like, I would spend 50 CDs, 100 CDs, 200 CDs, even $1,000 to take somebody to lunch that could give me one good idea that will change my life. And that's what the benefit of having a mentor who can educate you and help you avoid tons of mistakes, but get you on the right track can do for you.
That's awesome. Good point. Please add to that. Just to add to that, because sometimes the mentors we have or admire may not be here. I, for example, have had people that I have not met personally that I really wanted to learn from. And I would listen to all their podcasts, I'll read all their books, I'll watch all of it. Because sometimes people who are busy just cannot help. There may be 50 people asking them for their time, but that shouldn't stop you. If you really want to, you take the time, you listen to their podcasts, you read their books. And like he said, books change the trajectory of my career. A big difference. Once you read, there's a beautiful way of your brain using the information and then applying it to your own personal life. It's really beautiful. So I think that's one thing we really need to encourage in any aspect of your life. I'm big on faith. I read books on faith. I'm big on real estate. I read books on that. As a mother, I'm a mother of 4. I have to make sure I'm reading, I'm learning from those who've gone ahead. So just to add, don't let the barrier of not reaching or not hearing back from people stop you from learning from them.
Great point. So much wisdom coming from this panel. And they've touched on mentorship, but I want to divert to partnership. I'm a big believer in partnership. And I read a story the other day about 4 women, best friends, who bought a property, I think in DC, 75 years ago. 40 years ago for $75,000. And today they're able to sell it for over $2 million. I bought my first property at 23 with my brother. It was a collaboration. I find that people hesitate about coming together for investment opportunities to build and grow together. Whenever I bring that up, people get shy and they say, I don't trust my friends. I'm like, well, you need new friends, right? But why do you think that this is such a barrier here in Ghana, that people cannot come together, invest together, grow and build real estate portfolios together?
Whoa.
Don't both say it at the same time.
If you ask me, I'll tell you no lie. From my personal experience, why I feel that's a barrier here in Ghana is, honestly, I think we have a poor mentality. And the reason why I say that is people are so used to getting duped and scammed here that they don't even know when they bump into somebody who's genuine because it's so prevalent. So people expect to be duped before they even say, what if it works out for me? What if this person? And I think by reprogramming our mindset and focusing on collaboration like all of the other races do, the Lebanese, the Chinese, the Jews, we're the only ones that are going to help each other. We need to pool our resources, practice group economics, but you could listen to the words that people are saying, also look at their action and say, hey, this is a different person. I want to partner with them. Most importantly, follow your gut instinct. When I came and I met with Hannah, I was like, I'm not working with no Ghanaian attorneys. And she was like, Marvin, I really think that you should talk to Emmanuel at Eminent Law Consult. He can do da-da-da. And I was like, you know what? I was observing what she was saying, but also how everything around her was done in the spirit of excellence. I said, you know what? Let me talk to the guy. even though I don't trust any Ghanaian attorneys, right? And Emmanuel gave me the best piece of information and a part that safeguarded my investment because I didn't know anything about a family resolution. And he made sure we had that. So trusting your instincts on the people that you're meeting, and we have to take a chance. You have to take a chance on each other because nobody else is going to take a chance with us. So find good partners and work with them. Most importantly, when you find those people that you work with to collaborate with, do what you say you're going to do and hold on tight to them because it's going to be so hard to replace and find good people like that. So that's why I think it is.
Powerful. Don't burn bridges. Did you want to touch on that too?
Yeah, I agree with everything he said, and I think it's just to add to it that I read a book where someone, I think a high-level executive, was looking to choose his CEO or company owner, and he would constantly invite that person to dinner. The person, he didn't really get it, right? He didn't know, oh, today let's go play golf, tomorrow let's go do this and that. And he found out later the person was just feeling and testing him, how he relates to the waiter, how he behaves when he's playing, does he cheat? These are all things that we take for granted. So if collaboration is great, and I really believe in it. Even what we are doing now is collaboration because we are the same industry, but we are here partnering for a great cause. I think it's fantastic, but I think it's also very important that it's done well because it can be very dangerous when you don't. So like he said, you trust your gut, but you have to invest in it. You have to have the time, the patience to study the person, to see how they talk, to listen to what others say about them. And then when you feel like, okay, this is right. And of course, divine direction, the Holy Spirit guides us into all truth. When you connect, I'm very intentional about divine connection. I take the time to sit down and I ask the question and I wait to receive. And I tell the Holy Spirit, I expect the answer, and it has worked great for me. So I would say these are the things to look out and not take for granted.
Great. So let's look at practical examples. You have a young professional that wants to begin to build a real estate portfolio. How do they get started, Anna? What do they do and how do they get started? Let's look at the practical points here.
I mean, it's always about information, right? It starts with, sometimes you may think you don't have enough money to do it. So it starts with reaching out to the first point, whether it's a real estate agent or a developer, and saying, okay, I see you're building here. I want to be in this area. This is what I earn. This is how much I have saved. What can you do? And then they will let you know the reality of the situation. So usually I get people who say, I have $50,000. What can I do with it? And as you know, I do mainly in high-end luxury, but I never turn them away. I say, we are going to look into what you can do on the market. So you let them know, and then you give people tips because they are starting. Nobody ever starts from the top. You need to start from somewhere. And what I say is that once you have, your money is very important, whether it's $5,000 or $50,000. So once you have that money, we want to make sure you're investing well. So we give you the tips. Let's look at this area. This is an upcoming area. We know that areas like Spintex Road, Jolu, and East Legon, as our parents said, really, they didn't even want to buy land there because to them it was really nothing. But we have learned from that. So we are like, look at what's happening in this area, East Legon Hills or Yarifa, and even beyond. What's the next place after that? You invest here, but make sure that it's in a good place, a decent place. So once we say this is how much you have, we guide you to what's the reality of it, what you have can do. Sometimes you can take loans or mortgages to go higher, but if we find that this is the area you're in, we put you there, but we guide you to make sure that information, whatever you're investing in, has the potential to appreciate. Of course, there's always contingency. You don't know, like it's never 100% guaranteed, but you will make sure that as a starter, you are very intentional about where you're investing. You don't go too emotional, don't get too excited. Do the research, ask all the questions, and then you study the area. Drive around the area a lot. See the number of people that are coming. Even today, when people are trying to buy properties in Accra, I'm like, look at what's happening around it. If you want to buy a studio, how many studios are in that same area? Do we have 150? I think your studio will not do too well because you have too much competition. So these are the kind of tips that we give because we want you to be very intentional about that investment. Sorry, I need water. So, excuse me, so that it will do well. So once you make that first investment, you start getting your returns, whether it's 5% $500 a month, whether it's $100 a month, you now reinvest that because you know when you take a mortgage, you can make the payments monthly, and then that will keep you growing onto the next. And I believe a lot of people have started that way.
Wow, she said a mouthful. So let me just recap. One of the things is don't despise small beginnings. Start somewhere. Everybody wants to start at airport residential and cantonments, etc. You can start in the outskirts of Accra. You can get plots of land for 10,000 cedis, 15, 20, 30,000 Ghana cedis. Yes, it's possible. And then you've got to have a strategy. What is your strategy for building wealth? We know in the United States, a lot of people build wealth through flipping houses. That doesn't work here in Ghana. What works here? Appreciation. Do research, as she said. What are areas that you know are up and coming? We call them emerging markets. Begin to purchase in those areas and buy and hold and have an exit strategy. Buy, hold for 5, 7, 10 years and then resell it. Now you've made money off of that appreciation and you continue that cycle. That's appreciation. Another way to build wealth is through cash flow. If you're looking at cash flow, that's rental income. That would be primarily in prime areas. The areas that Anna delves in is the prime area. So those are some of the things. Marvin, can you quickly, I know we're about to wrap it up, can you quickly touch on some of the ways that you began to build generational wealth through either cash flow or appreciation? Let us get an insight into that journey. What happened? Because we all know you own about 7 islands now, right? He said he went from being broke, now he owns 7 islands. Give us an insight. Oh yes, a round of applause. Give us an insight. How did you purchase that and then continue repurchasing?
Yeah, so remember when I said you have to believe in yourself first? So the first thing that I did was I went and met with the family that had the land. And I said, hey, listen, I'm very interested in purchasing some land from you. I said, however, I will not be paying a penny until the title comes back in my name because there's a lot of land wahala in Ghana. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't want to pay you. I'm not trying to cheat you. So what I'm going to do is as soon as we do the land search and it comes back that, this land is free from all encumbrances and anything, I will give you an earnest payment. And then once the title comes back, then I will start making monthly payments to you. So once the title came back, I think I gave them $10,000, right? But this was about like 4 months after we started talking and I got the search back and everything. And then I sold my 2 cars. These cars. So I went and sold them because I said these cars are a depreciating asset. I take it to the fitting shop to get the tire change. It'll come back with no catalytic converter or no battery. So I said, this thing is going down. So I sold both cars. I got about $13,000. I cleared the land. I started building my first home. And then once the land was cleared, people started to slowly see the vision. And then I sold my first home to my amazing broker, right? And then I offered some benefits. I said, hey, listen, I knew I didn't have no money. So I said, if you pay the full amount, I'm going to give you an instant cash rebate, which reduce my profit. But I just needed to get some units on the property so that other people could see that it was building. Hannah, did we not give you a very nice rebate?
You did.
Right? So you don't have to have the resources. You have to have 3 pounds of spongy material between your ears called the brain. And then you come up with some creative ideas that offers value to people and they will in turn give back value to you. Once Hannah bought her property and we started building, she shared it in her network. And then next thing you know, 4 people bought a house. And then we started building their homes and we offered them some value if they paid in full. Some people did, some people didn't. And we started building. And then once we started getting a few homes, people started calling me about investing. I started calling back to the U.S. Now we're able to provide homes to individuals who want to come and don't have the capital. So now I don't need to ask people to pay the full amount. I say, hey, pay 30%. And because I've gotten my profit from so many people, now I reinvest that in people because somebody first believed in me. So I extended to believe in people. And there's one of our buyers, I have several buyers who are Ghanaian. They're not outside in America. They're here in Ghana and they're paying monthly payments that are doable. And like Kofi said earlier, we have to have communication. We asked them, hey, what can you afford to put down? You don't have 30%, put 10% down and make payments until you reach 30%, and then we'll match with the 70% and build for you. And then now we sold 37 plus homes that people have signed and paid, thanks to our partners, Ghana Bound, eWells Realty and Consult. And then we have about another 20 homes that people are reviewing the documents to make their down payments. But we have, out of that, about 18 people that are making monthly payments of $2,000, bringing in that cash flow. And though I started with $13,000 from selling my 2 cars, I can happily say that we have sold with our partners over $4 million of real estate in 10 months. And that's how it started, and that's how I started to create cash flow from nothing.
I am kind of speechless right now. Wow, that's incredible. And one of the things I'll say is, yes, I invested in Shark Island as the first investor or owner because I believed in the vision. And secondly, the developer was flexible. So, you will meet flexible developers out there that you can negotiate payment plans and you can become very creative in financing options. Rent to own is another brilliant way. Instead of just paying rent and then moving out, you can, have agreements with the landlord, pay the rent. That rent goes towards the down payment on that property you're staying in and have been paying rent on for years. So it's about creative financing options. Anna?
Yes, and to add to that, it's about being bold. I find that a lot of people are not bold enough, and that's what you did right from the beginning in determining it. So some people think, oh, the title, right? You said you were not paying a thing until it's done. And sometimes the seller would like to get their way. But remember, you have the purchasing power. And so one thing I've really learned is being bold and negotiating, because even I tell my clients that sometimes they're like, oh, the payment terms. I'm like, no, let's go for this. Let's tell them this is what you have, because you don't know how much power you have as a purchaser. And I think that's what we really need to adopt as Ghanaians, is that boldness to do things, and then boldness to negotiate, and boldness to push for what you want. And you will be surprised how much taking that one step can end you where Marvin is today.
But let me add to that, right? Being bold is great, but more importantly is doing what you say you're going to do. The reason I was able to get to 7 Islands is because, one, I paid the family when I said I was going to pay them. Secondly, I created opportunity for all of the local families. We employ at any point sometimes 200 plus local people in the community. And what that did, when they saw their families working, when they saw the buildings going up, now their family members who own land would come and say, well, we know the Obroni is going to build, so let's try to sell him the land. And I went to them and I said the same thing. Listen, this is how I've got the land from them. I'm going to do what I said I'm going to do. I'm going to reach out to everybody in the U.S. and I'm going to get some diasporans over here. But you need to give me this property and let me register it first, because I cannot sell nothing I do not own. And until I have it in my name, I'm not telling nobody that I got any property for sale. So when it doesn't work out, they say Marvin cheated me. So, and they trusted me. But I also put clauses in there to protect them. I said, hey, for any land that I don't successfully pay for, I will turn it back over to you. Let's put that in the lease agreement, so that you know that if I don't uphold my end of the bargain, that your land will come back to you. Any court is going to say, hey, Mr. Walker, you did say this. And that's how I've been able to do it. I bought 7 Islands and I did not have to come out of pocket a lot, but I've also been able to bring groups at a time through my partnerships, 30, 40 diasporans to come look at the property. And when they see it and they see that we're building to their expectations, either they buy or somebody that they know buy. So do what you say you're going to do and work your butt off, because it is hard in Ghana.
Be a person of integrity. I love it. I love it. Okay, we're going to be wrapping up, but I've got to throw this in here. We have a problem with maintenance in this culture. You drive around, you see houses, they're peeling off, they're not painted, and that sort of thing. So we're talking about building generational wealth through home ownership. But let's talk about how can we not only maintain and sustain this home ownership wealth, but how can we grow it as well? What are some of the sustainable factors that we can discuss in terms of growing these assets?
Yeah, so, in the States, we have what's called HOA. I haven't seen any of that here, right? So we have an HOA fee so that we could every so often repaint the property, keep the exterior looking nice, right? Manage your asset, fix anything that's, breaking and going down. What I've seen here is people will rent you their home, and then if something breaks, they tell you have to fix it. Like, hey, I'm a renter, I'm not the owner. Why am I gonna fix this? But, I find that my father used to say, things are given to those who know the value of them, right? And if you take care of things that you have, people will see that you're the type of person to take care of it. That's how you sell that asset after you held it for a while, because you maintained it, it still looks new. When you're ready to sell it after it's appreciated, people will invest in it. So I think because there's not much of a maintenance culture here, and I haven't seen many communities that I went to that, repaint too often, other than the new ones that I see going up, is that you just have to take care of what you have, right, so that you can be given more.
Thank you. Do you want to touch on the maintenance culture here and some of the other tips you can give us to help grow our assets?
Yes, certainly. I think that we do have homeowners association fees, but it's generally for the communal, like, for the swimming pool, the gardens. You mentioned internally. Internally, yes, that's between the landlord, but Ghana has that culture where people pay monthly fees to make sure that it's quite common in like the primary, especially, and I believe in other areas. Yeah.
Well, I stand correct.
Yeah, that's fine. So with regards to maintenance, I know we take it for granted. So for example, our cars, we are meant to service our cars. And sometimes you may take it for granted and say, I'm not going to service my car this time and that time. And you may not feel the effect right there and then, but within a year or two, or when you're ready to resell your car, you would wish that you have. And this is one thing we have to apply to our homes. We take for granted servicing the certain things like the air conditionings, like pipes, checking to make sure. These things are so important because they are usually hidden. You may miss out on it. So we have to be very intentional about maintaining, because like we said, anything's value only appreciates when it's maintained and actually beautified, renovated. Another thing we need to do is to make sure that the maintenance systems are clear and in place. Without direction, people usually don't know what to do or will not do it. So I encourage homeowners associations or developers or agents to lay out the systems at this property, this is the best way you can maintain it, and then people are expected to do it. And another way is to hold people accountable for it. Sometimes people forget, sometimes people take it for granted, and it's up to the systems being placed to hold people accountable and say, you're not doing this, we will then come and do it for you, and then you would have to pay us. And I think that will really help to improve the maintenance culture and value of the property.
Awesome. And I think ultimately it boils down to looking at a home beyond a home and looking at a home as a real estate investment. So before we wrap up with final thoughts, Eddie, we'll get 2 questions from the audience. If you have any questions, just lift up your hand. Okay, do we have a question back there? And online viewers, those of you who are tuned in online, thank you so much for joining us throughout the day and joining us in this conversation. If we have any online questions, we'll be more than happy to take those as well. Any questions about how you can begin to build generational wealth and how you can look towards having a sustainable real estate model as well. Any questions from the audience? Okay.
Right. My name is Kwame Ikar. The question is for Mr. Marvin. I've been gone for a while. I just got back. And I'm looking at a way how I can invest, in the real estate. So I want to know how you can help me and, give me some guidelines, because I have some cash,
We love
that. Operate it. And then the second thing is I was trying to catch up with you while you were in the state, because I work with Emmanuel,
The road show, real estate road show.
He's my guy here in Ghana, So, after the show, I would like to meet with you and talk to you and see how we can work together.
I will be your broker to help you buy from Shark Island. So
no problem.
We'll talk with that cash.
Okay, one more question and then we can wrap. One more question. One more question.
Let me ask you.
I think there's a question at the back.
Henry
Jojo Graham.
All right, so we've actually spoken about how to create or build generational wealth. But then can we touch on how to actually sustain this wealth when we build it?
Right. So I can share what my plan is, and I suggest everyone have a plan in place, right? Because those who fail to plan should plan to fail. So my strategy is to build these properties and provide them for rental, right? And then take the income from that rental and help as many diasporans come back to the continent by providing the finances they need by doing in-house financing. That's my strategy for me, right? Because more important than anything, human capital is your best asset. One of the things that has helped me get to this point is having intelligent people around me, right? They say if you hang around 5 broke people, you the 6th one, right? I want to hang around smart people. The other day I met this gentleman. We did a show. He don't even know that when I was struggling and I'm trying to figure out real estate, I was looking at his videos.
Kofi Anku, Mr. Kofi Anku.
Editing down his video to a specific portion and sharing it to people in the diaspora. Like, do you hear this, brother? This is what we need to be doing, and partnering with, other local Ghanaians so that we can build together. Because let me be clear, my Ghanaian brothers and sisters. The Chinese are not going to help you, not that they're bad people. The Lebanese are not going to help you, not that they're bad people. The white man is not going to help you. The people that are going to help us get where we need to be is the African-American diaspora that need to learn from you, and we need you. You know local culture that we don't quite understand, you can educate us. But like my brother Kofi Anku said in the video that I sent to everybody, was like, look, we have access to people in the diaspora that we can pool resources from. You have access to land that we can partner with and help develop this land, right? So let's figure out how we can work together, trust each other to do that so that we can get where we're going together collaboratively. And when you do that, Monopoly, look at the Monopoly game. You buy your first house. Even though I built my island, the home that I live in, my valuer would tell you it's only valued at $50,000. And I'm selling people houses more valuable than mine. But the goal is to then, after I get in there, save my profits, build another 4, now you get to the hotel. Then from the hotel, then you build, and now you can do commercial spaces. And that's my goal, to now, after the homes, go to commercial space and rent it out to different shopping centers that can provide, resources and products and services that's needed to people who are buying in our community in Ada. So that's my strategy, to form great collaborations and then move up from residential to commercial space.
Great strategy. Time is far gone, so we're going to have final words from you, Mr. Marvin Walker, and then from you, Anna.
My final words to all of the potential first-time home buyers and even those of you who own homes, right? We, as a Black people, as an African, are running last, but we are coming to be the first, right? Focus on real estate to build generational wealth so that collectively we can make the continent what it was supposed to be. It already is. All of the resources are here. But the number one resource is each and every one of you, right? So learn the information, invest in your self-education, how you can do this. Come to more events like this. Definitely be here next year and learn the skills needed to become that attractive person so that gentlemen like that will come and say, hey, I want to talk to you about investing some money, right? So you can do it and believe in yourself. It doesn't matter the circumstances that we're in here in Africa. Again, I came here, I went to the bottom, and then I worked, used creative ideas, and got to the top and collaborate with people. So I hope you take that from here and go on and write your own amazing story.
Wow, write your own amazing story. Thank you, Mr. Marvin Walker. Anna?
Yes, so to touch on building generational wealth, it is being able to pass on wealth so that even when you're not here, your family is living well and your legacy continues. Because of what I do, I know many families who, even though sadly the patriarch or the main investor has passed, today they are doing very well. Every year they are collecting sometimes between $200,000 from rent. Today, I know one of them who's going to start a joint venture by breaking a building down and putting up apartments. So from one house, and guess how much they'll be making from that. So it's very important that you understand how versatile real estate can be and how it can last over time. Any property can be broken down to do what you want to do, and that's what makes it beautiful. I'd say it's a beautiful canvas that you can do so much with, and this is the one way to really pass wealth on from your children to your children's children, and making sure that while you're passing wealth on, you pass on values, because something good in the hands of the wrong people or the wrong mindsets will definitely be sold for quarter of the value. So that's the tip that I want to leave with you.
Thank you, Madam Hannah Akatu. Thank you so much. Wonderful what you said. When you're passing on this wealth, pass on the knowledge to continue to grow that wealth as well. You see a lot of people inherit properties and they have no clue what to do with it. So pass on the wealth. Thank you all so much for joining the real estate movement, for being the change and building generational wealth through home ownership, one house at a time. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you. After such an insightful panel, we'd like to do some giveaways. Who's ready for a surprise? Who's ready to take home something special from the Diaspora African Forum? All right, so we're doing this very quickly. I'm coming around just a few questions about today and about e-wells, and if you can get the answer right, you win yourself a free package. I think this will be one of your best Christmas presents. So question number one. Can anyone here list 3 red flags in the home buying process? If you get all 3 correct, you earn yourself one of these wonderful, wonderful packages for Christmas. 3 red flags in the home buying process. Anybody? Give me a wave. Some of you came with notebooks and pens. You can refer to your notebook. That's okay. All right. Thank you for our online viewers who made time for hours to watch this wonderful event. It's our prayer that, Father, even as we've imparted the knowledge, may it bear some fruits and may it impact not just Ghana, but Africa as a whole. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and personal Savior, let all the saints shout a big amen. Yeah. Thank you so much. And so on behalf of Eagles Realty and Consultancy, we would like to thank each and every one of you for coming. Once we're done, we'll make sure that everybody gets some pictures. We'll do a group picture. Can we do it here, Harry? The stage is big enough, so we'll do a group picture with the panelists first, and then everybody else can join. We'd like to say thank you once again to our partners who made this possible: Ghana Tourism Authority, Diaspora Affairs Office of the President, Diaspora African Forum, Beyond the Return, Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, GIPC M&O Law Consult, and Troin Dot Studios. Thank you to our wonderful Cocolicious Cocktails and Grills. Thank you, Beyond Flower. Thank you, Chris Hatred. And of course, thank you to our sponsors, Shark Island, Rehome, Jobo Max Global Limited, Mikasa, and our media partners, M5, TV Africa, Property Express. Thank you so much for making today happen. We'd like to say a big thank you also to our ambassador who passed through. Thank you so much, Her Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Erica Bennett, for making it here to grace the occasion. And on behalf of the First Time Home Buyers in Ghana Seminar, 2nd edition, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me at Diakwa as your MC. We'll see you same time next year for the 3rd edition. In the meantime, don't forget that the mission continues to build generational wealth through home ownership, one house at a time. Thank you for coming. Let's all make our way upstage for a big group picture. And don't forget to keep posting on social media and tag Ewells Realty as well as Hannah Tiasi on Instagram. See you next year. Enjoy the rest of your day and Merry Christmas in advance. Mr. DJ, let the music flow.
So hi, Ao.
Hi, how are you, Diana?
I'm very well. I hope you too.
I am doing well, thank you.
I get it. This is your first time coming to this event, right?
Well, yes, the first one in Ghana. I actually went to the one in Charlotte,
Oh, okay.
North Carolina, in October.
Okay.
But it's wonderful. Lots of information. Even being born from Ghana, being born in Ghana, having been in the US, it's nice to see what is going on in the real estate space now. And even though you're born here, you still don't know a lot going on. So it's very beneficial to me.
Okay.
And I'm sure a lot of Ghanaians who have relocated and hoping to come back would benefit from this as well. So it's much needed, and congratulations to Hannah and the eWells team. They did an amazing job.
Wow.
Yes.
So we heard you have something upcoming. Tell us about it.
Yes, so I'm a chef based in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
I do fine dining Ghanaian pop-ups as a way of introducing Ghanaian food to the American scene. And next week, the 15th at Crescendo, I'm partnering with Crescendo Foods in East Legon, and I'm hosting my second pop-up dinner here in Ghana. So check out Crescendo Foods on Instagram. Check out at FEV. Get tickets. Call the number to make your reservations and come check me out. Try some Ghanaian food with a twist, and support the cause. Just taking Ghanaian food to the world.
Oh, to the whole world.
Yes.
We're rooting for you. Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
so
speaking
much,
to
Diana.
us. How would you describe your experience today?
Very educational and very entertaining.
Oh,
Yes.
entertainment in real estate.
I said very entertaining.
Entertaining.
Because
Just as.
they played music.
Oh, okay.
And then today is the first time I came to meet Mr. Emmanuel Matekole.
Oh, yes. MNO.
Yes.
Okay.
I watched his YouTube videos, but I've not seen him in person.
Okay.
So I came here purposely because of him and then the other lady, Uncle, the one who does the Joy FM,
Okay.
Joy TV program.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I really like the program, and I want to be here the next time.
Wow. So would you say your expectations were met?
No. Okay, my expectations were met. Very seriously met. For all the things I was expecting.
You got it.
Yes, I got them.
You got it. Can you share some of your takeaways for this event? As in something that you say, okay, this one I'm taking away to the house from this event.
So my takeaway for the event is I should plan and get a property myself, and then I build my wealth for my generation.
Yeah. We can't wait. Thank you very much for speaking to us. We wish you all the best, and we hope to see you next year for the first time in my seminar. Thank you. Which you came for this seminar.
Well, okay. Part of the reason I'm part of the partners who was part of the event. I help them with their setup, 3D setup. So what I do is like I do 3D setups for people's events for them to see. You sometimes you need to rehearse your setup before you do, but because money goes and you can't bring the chairs and take them back. So I do the 3D setup for you to see how the events will look like. So I partnered with this. I saw that this will be a good platform for me to expose myself. So I partnered with them, got a chance to talk to them, meet more new people and stuff. So yeah, it's been a pretty good first year for me.
Okay, so how would you say the experience was for you? Aside from your business, what they did today, how was the experience for you?
It was marvelous. I like the atmosphere, how small the place was, how packed the place was, how people asking questions about real estate and stuff. It was very, very insightful. Like meeting new people, new friends, I'm meeting you right now. Yeah.
Do you have any real estate takeaways from this event?
Yeah, I'm maybe I'll bet to some maybe next year or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we wish you all the best. Thank you for speaking to us. Hi. So you were our second speaker for today. How has the experience been for you for today's event?
It's such a great community to be in and a space of collaboration to kind of improve our housing market. As a developer, at the end of the day, we can only guess what we think our buyers want, right?
Yes.
So kind of hearing a lot of different opinions and perspectives that I have a lot to learn from, not only what we offer to clients, but how I can talk to people better as well, and we've been working for 9 years now in Guinea and Sierra Leone, which has similar problems as far as like land ownership and trustworthy builders and reliable ways to send money. But what I've noticed about Ghana is the enthusiasm for solving that problem themselves. And so I'm happy to be a part of it and happy to be a part of it today.
Wow, so what is upcoming for you? What should we watch out for from you?
Well, we have two main projects. We are a builder in Apollonia City, which is going to be a phenomenal place to live. I think now is the right time to buy because every single home that's finished there is going to increase the price of the next house.
Ooh.
You know, so and it's a great time because they're putting in the first pool and tennis court, so you and your family can enjoy it. Apart from that, we're working with Easy Housing to address the affordable housing issue, which there's a very insightful conversation about today.
For the first panel discussion.
So one of those solutions that we talked about today was new materials. So Easy Housing builds wood frame houses, sourced from local timber from Ghana. So I think that that's one possible solution to moving forward. Kind of buying materials that are from Ghana.
From Ghana instead of exporting.
Yeah, and then building houses that are affordable. So those houses are ranging from $14,000 to $33,000 US dollars.
Okay.
And that's available on.
Thank you for joining us today. How would you say the experience was for you today?
It was educational.
Okay.
Yes, you learned the proper way to do things. And when you're doing anything, you need that proper way to do things. So I'm taking away a lot of education here today.
Yeah. Is it your first time coming for this seminar?
Yes, it is. It's my first time in Ghana, in Africa. So yes.
How are you enjoying it?
I am enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. Yes, yes.
And are you investing in Ghana in terms of real estate?
Yes, we are investing in Ghana in terms of real estate. Yes, my fiance and I, yes.
Yeah, they have an appointment to come back this week to see you guys.
Okay.
Start working on some paperwork.
Okay. Now you've met all the right people to deal with, so we wish you the best. Architecture. So tell us, how would you describe the whole experience today?
It was insightful. People pulled out their books and pens just to scribble down some knowledge. These are nuggets of wisdom that I would say our fathers were not, prone to, or they were not available to them. But thankfully, we get to learn to also, impact knowledge to a generation, because we are building generational wealth, home ownership one house at a time. So that was the aim, and I think people were ready. That's one thing I realized. People were ready to learn and to also be able to, impact posterity with prosperity.
Wow. So what inspired you to come on board for this event?
You see, my company is largely modular development, and my primary real estate developer, Empire Domus, chaired by His Excellency, I call him, Mr. Dr. Emmanuel Mensah. The vision he has is to build generational wealth through the youth.
Okay.
And so I joined in that line to also, have that as my fundamental value and mission, to also build the youth through generational wealth and even through architecture. And so I saw the need to use first-time home buyers seminar as a platform to be able to tell people, because I think about 70-60% of the people who came the audience were youth.
Yes.
Between the ages of 20 to 40 to 50.
Yes,
so I believe that was my aim, and I accomplished it so well. And so that's basically it.
Well, that's nice. So what is upcoming for you that we should be looking out for?
I have a lot of developments that we are putting up. So I'm an architecture construction company. I work with several developers, like I early on said. I'm currently working primarily with the real estate developer in Pride Domus. We have a lot of projects coming up. We have a current project, La Rocha Court at the adjacent Trasaco Springs at 23, to 23. And so it's important that, I use this platform to be able to push that and also do a lot of things. Beachfront apartments, beachfront resorts.
Okay.
development and the real estate development sector of Ghana.
We'll be on the lookout. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Thank you for the knowledge you've impacted in us today.
Thank you.
The platform said, like a media for property, everything property, yes. And we are the organizers for Ghana Property Awards. So we had it, yeah. I know it's for yours.